never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. United Nations humanitarians on Thursday reiterated their calls for an urgent ceasefire in Gaza. International NGO Save the Children told a special UN Security Council meeting that the polio outbreak in Gaza is having a devastating consequence on children there, as FSN's Jody Jacobs reports from UN headquarters in New York.
Another meeting on Gaza and still no action on a ceasefire. That was just some of the frustrations aired around the horseshoe table in the Security Council on Thursday. Speaking from central Gaza, Dr. Louisa Baxter, a doctor who heads up the international NGO Save the Children, told the meeting that the repeated obstruction of humanitarian assistance persists and that a team has been waiting for life-saving medicines for 4 months.
Unless preventative action is taken immediately, this polio outbreak will not only be a disaster for children in Gaza, but may substantially set back global eradication efforts.
Jody Jacobs, New York.
At the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, US Vice President Kamala Harris is preparing to wrap up proceedings. She'll formally accept the party's presidential nomination on Thursday night. It follows her vice presidential pick, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who gave a rousing speech on Wednesday night. FSN Simon Marks reports from the convention site in Chicago.
Far and away the folksiest figure ever to appear on a presidential ticket since Jimmy Carter back in 1976, and he lent into that in the speech last night, characterizing it as a pep rally for Democrats, urging them to do what high school football teams often have to do in the final quarter of a game, do whatever is necessary to secure victory. And it went down like an absolute treat inside the hall, and Democrats will be hoping that that's how it went down in living rooms all over America.
Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump has visited the US-Mexico border this Thursday, campaigning in the swing state of Arizona. He's promising to be tougher on immigration than the Democrats, a key concern for voters ahead of November's presidential election. The US government has approved new COVID-19 vaccines. The Pfizer-BioNTech and Moderna mRNA vaccines will help to protect against the latest strains of the virus, as FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
As COVID cases rise across the US, the Food and Drug Administration has given the green light to new vaccines to boost immunity through the rest of the surprisingly big summer wave and the surge expected this winter. It's the third time the shots have been updated to match new COVID strains since the original vaccines. But it's unclear how many people will choose to get the injection. Only about 22% of eligible adults got one of the last ones.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN. The body of British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch has been recovered from the wreck of a luxury yacht which sank off the coast of Sicily. Sources say Lynch's 18-year-old daughter is now the only passenger still missing. FSN's Europe correspondent Giles Gibson has more.
After struggling to access the cabins of the yacht, which is lying on its side 50 metres down, divers located 5 bodies and brought them ashore on Wednesday. The 56-metre vessel sank in the early hours of Monday after being hit by a powerful storm. Local prosecutors in Sicily are investigating the tragedy and have interviewed multiple survivors, including the 51-year-old captain, James Cutfield. The head of the firm that owns the company that built the yacht has claimed it was one of the safest boats in the world, adding that he believes it must have gone down because of human error. Giles Gibson, Brussels.
US customs officials have foiled a plan to smuggle methamphetamine hidden among watermelons across the border with Mexico. The narcotics were wrapped in plastic painted 2 shades of green to resemble the fruit in the hopes that authorities wouldn't notice. They did. FSN's Mitch McCann reports.
The methamphetamine, weighing 2 tons worth $5 million, was hidden in more than 1,200 packages when it was intercepted by border agents near San Diego. The packages, painted to resemble watermelons, were stashed among real ones. And stashing drugs among fruit and vegetables is a common way of transporting drugs across the border by smugglers. The driver of the vehicle was handed over to the Department of Homeland Security. It's reported that banana shipments are most popular, but smugglers have recently used cheese and avocados as well. The National Institute on Drug Abuse describes methamphetamine as a powerful, highly addictive stimulant. Mitch McCann, New York.
There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
All righty then, with the click of a mouse, it is that time once again. Just like that, another week. So we got a Friday coming on. Welcome in, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Once again, another clear night. That's been the trend most of this week for our region. 59 degrees outside the secret bunker. As we turn the page on the calendar, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So ready to go. We'll work our way into a brand new day from coast to coast. Turning the page on the calendar, 23rd day of August. Hope your week's going well. What's on tap for your weekend? Any big plans? Hey, the warming trend is about to get underway after a very cool week through much of the eastern two-thirds of the country. Well, with the exception of Texas, where the heat has been on and continues to expand northward as we head through the upcoming weekend. We'll break it all down with our traveler's weather. News you need to know. We've got it all covered for you tonight. We are now 24 hours and about 7 minutes into the rail strike north of the border. Good news. The trains shall be moving once again within, probably a couple of days. We'll break it all down after the government had initially opted not to intervene. They expected some sort of a resolution would be made between the union and the rail lines. Of course, that didn't happen. Based on the economic impact, they ordered arbitration here just a few hours ago, so less than 24 hours in. Again, we've got all the details. We'll break it down for you, so I guess that's good news. Now, there have already been some impacts, but again, the trains should be rolling here in a couple of days. Meanwhile, travelers' weather around the country, eastern half of the nation, you are high and dry. I cannot find anything on the radar as far as precipitation's concerned. You've got to get out into the western half of the country, where we see more monsoonal moisture and a storm system. Cool front, bringing some showers and thunderstorms, southwest Nebraska, western portions of Kansas. Some of those dropping some pretty heavy rain the last couple of hours. Some of them have reached severe levels. Then on down into southeastern Colorado, the Four Corners region, that's been the trend all week long. Monsoonal moisture, a lot of rain in northern portions of Arizona. Looks like some decent shower activity there in the Flagstaff area, then on up into southern portions of Utah as well. Then you get up into the Pacific Northwest. That's a cool front, or actually a cold front. This is going to be a cold storm. We'll share with you some California bracing for some rare August snowfall this weekend. Oh, yeah? Right now, it's just shower activity over western portions of Washington and western portions of Oregon. Most of the heavy rains now just east of a line from, say, Eugene to Salem, Oregon, on up into the south side of Seattle tonight. Meanwhile, warming is about to begin as we close out the work week. The end of summer is just around the corner, but the end of summer heat will be coming back in the Northeast next week. High pressure that followed a jet stream storm had mostly been responsible for this very refreshing, unseasonably cool conditions, the low humidity from the Great Lakes to the Northeast, even into the interior Southeast this week. We've seen some chilly mornings, no doubt. Of course, 20 degrees below normal. Widespread low temperatures were in the 40s and 50s. Temperatures even bottomed out near 60 around the Chesapeake Bay. There's plenty of good news for the summer weather fans, though. Temperatures are going to gradually ratchet up through this weekend. Humidity levels will be coming back, but at a much slower pace. You won't notice a dramatic change in short order. By the weekend, temperatures should be back pretty close to where we should be for this time of year, from the mid-Atlantic to the central Appalachians. Highs near 80 over the northern tier, middle to upper 80s around the Chesapeake Bay. Some cool air may linger in eastern portions of New England, though. Despite the drier pattern, the setup will become, as we've been saying for several nights, conductive for some late-night, early morning fog. Some areas, of course, over the weekend Winds will be light, skies will be clear as the moisture moves back in. Yes, the fog settles in. Further west, the heat continues to build and expand northward over the Great Plains and the Midwest, right through this weekend into next week. At some point during the early to middle portions of next week, some of that heat and high humidity will make its way into the Northeast. We'll have a couple of days with temperatures in the 90s from southern Pennsylvania, New Jersey, southward through Virginia and West Virginia. Well, that's all going to be ahead of another strong push of cool air. So from cool to hot, back to cool, fairly short order that invades the Midwest by the middle of next week and has its eyes on the Northeast for late next week or during the Labor Day weekend. Can you believe the unofficial end to summer is almost upon us? Yes, I mentioned out west. California, you could see some rare August snow this weekend as this Pacific storm that's unusually strong and cold for this time of year rolls into the west coast. There's a chance of accumulating snow in the Sierra Nevada above about the 8,000-foot level, including some of the higher terrain in Yellowstone National Park. You haven't seen August snow in the last 20 years. According to the National Weather Service in Hanford, California, while these are relatively low snowfall numbers, any chance for snow in August is pretty rare. It has the potential to impact travelers and hikers Friday night and Saturday. According to the Weather Service, a stagnant, wavy upper air pattern known as an omega block, keeping the stifling heat in the south central states and the unseasonably cool air out west and east as it dips to the south along both coasts this week. Now, as the storm affects the area from now through Saturday, they're talking 1 to 3 inches of rain for western Washington and Oregon, up to 2 inches of rain in northern California, with the northwest corner of the state expected to see the bulk of that heavier rain. Yeah, the storm's potential impact on the western fire season. Now, heavy rain from thunderstorms could cause some flooding or debris flows in those areas near the recently burned wildfires. Flash flood watch has been posted for the Park Fire burn scar area in Northern California for Friday into Saturday. Nearby residents should prepare for potential flooding. According to the Weather Service, that fire, the fourth largest on record in California, has destroyed more than 600 structures. Now 429,000 plus acres have burned. It is now at 61% contained, though. Cooler weather over the past 2 weeks, along with the influx of some moisture, have done a pretty good job of dampening some of the fire season out west. Significant rain will further calm the fire risk for some areas over the next couple of days. The only concern, this incoming storm will also bring strong winds that would increase the risk for areas that do not see much rain. The southern half of California and much of Nevada will stay mostly dry with this storm. Eastern Oregon, you can see some dry lightning that may very well spark new wildfires. We have concerns that any of these new lightning starts will get fanned by the wind growing rather quickly. Red flag warnings for high fire danger are up for eastern Oregon, northeast California, Nevada, as well as Idaho, where the vegetation is still quite flammable. But then the heat returns pretty quick. We saw a very hot July in California, as did Las Vegas. The interior West had seen some record-breaking stretches of heat this summer, while August has seen a bit of a reprieve of the heat along the West Coast. Looks like a quick return to the hot, dry conditions will be in the offing for early next week. But enjoy the cool down. Maybe if you avoid the rain, a chance to get out there and do some outdoor activities. A chance to get out of the AC, right? Good to have you on board. Are we one day closer to the greatest day of the week?
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Hello,
Here
Captain
we
Ron.
are.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Well, Friday doing
So
well.
Are you gonna be working after that party that you're having at the secret bunker?
Well, I will be off for Labor Day, but yeah, I'll be back here Monday night into Tuesday morning. Of course, that's not this weekend.
Oh,
but
you're
the
not
following.
doing the Sunday and the Monday then?
I'll be off Sunday night
I
into
don't
Monday.
think I did that either. Yeah, I think I am too. So I don't know if you covered it or not, but NASCAR held up Austin Dillon's penalty. Did you go over that?
I
might have been asleep.
I had not yet seen that. No.
Maybe Braindead can expand on that if he calls in tonight.
Okay.
When he does. That's what I gathered. I didn't know if he covered it or not. I might have been sleeping doing my beauty naps, you know. You know how I need those.
Well, yeah, don't we all?
So, right. So you know how Horse Feathers always says to find an intelligent caller. Well, I think I might be at the top of that list with the information I've got. Do you know what God's name is?
Well, best of my knowledge, it's God.
It's Andy.
Andy?
Andy walks with me. Andy walks with me. Andy talks with me.
Ah, boy.
It says it in that song, right?
Well, yes.
So it's got to be Andy. Andy.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I think I moved ahead of the top of the line. So, and a couple of days ago, I saw where they had the what caused Richard Simmons to die. They revealed his cause of death.
Yeah.
But I didn't even read it. But I will bet you it's because his heart stopped. That's got to be the leading cause of death, don't you think?
In most instances, yeah. That's pretty much going to do it.
See how smart I am? I don't have anything else, but maybe you can find a more intelligent caller for our Casual Friday.
All right. Well, maybe we need to get you a test for the Mensa Society. What do you think? You ready for that?
I'll bet you Brother Rambler didn't even know God's name, but he knows now.
Yep, he sure does.
All right. Thank you for taking my call. We'll talk to you later.
You're great to hear from you, Cap, and we're on one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So indeed, I had not caught that. I guess the ruling came down on Wednesday, NASCAR. Looks like the National Motorsports Appeals Panel issued their ruling on Austin Dillon. He was looking to have his playoff eligibility restored after NASCAR penalized him for driving detrimental to the sport. That was the race in Richmond. Dillon's appeal to have his playoff eligibility restored was denied. According to the report from the Associated Press, NASCAR provided the following explanation, which was NASCAR represents elite motorsports, and as such, its drivers are expected to demonstrate exemplary conduct if its series championships are to be validated. In this case, the line was crossed. The appeals panel did, however, shorten the penalty suspension for the spotter Brandon Benesh to just one race. That means he's already fulfilled that suspension after missing last week's race at Michigan. Richard Childress Racing has already noted they will appeal the decision made Wednesday to what is known as the final appeal officer. This after NASCAR made one of the most high-profile rulings in the history of the sport, stripping Dillon's playoff eligibility based on how he secured the win at Richmond. I remember brain dead sharing last week. Is NASCAR kind of making up the rules as they go? Because the NASCAR rules are if you win a race, win and you're in the playoffs. They did not strip Austin Dillon's win at Richmond, but they did strip his playoff eligibility. So I guess the answer to that question is, we're making things up as we go. Reflecting back, Austin was in good shape to cruise to a comfortable win with a 3-second lead with 2 laps to go in that race. Then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. got into Ryan Preece. That brought out the caution flag. So we're going to the green, white, checkered, the overtime, which is also, many folks want that eliminated like it used to be. You're going into overtime, and of course we all witnessed what unfolded there. Joey Logano beat Dillon to the jump, taking the lead, realizing he wasn't going to have the run to catch up and pass Logano. Made the intentional contact and spun him out, then diving to the inside as Denny Hamlin was about to pass him on the bottom side, hooking him in the wall. Undoubtedly, immediately, there was questions about the legitimacy of that win. Might NASCAR strip the win, which is pretty unusual. Not stripping the win, but stripping the playoff eligibility. I'm sure that will raise more controversy behind the scenes in NASCAR. All right, so we were looking for a more intelligent caller. Lo and behold, it could very well be the second most intelligent man on the world. I don't know. Captain Ron may have passed our friend Horsefeathers there. But we're a couple minutes from news break, so we'll get to you. Meanwhile, who we have checking in out of the box? I know young Colton was first on board. He was proud to be with us right out of the box, even before we hit the midnight hour. First, and he said, I'll be right back. Had to get a shower. Rock Pick, good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently, the Rochester International Airport, partly cloudy, 60 degrees. Happy Friday, all you hardworking Americans. Have a great weekend if you get one. Watch out for the other drivers. All right, Jacob, hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, checking in from Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. Jerry, good morning. Absolutely beautiful day here in Kokomo. Be safe, everybody, and thank you, each and every one of the truck drivers that keep this world moving. Keep rocking, my friends. There's Stacy. Happy Friday. 73, partly cloudy here in north central Kansas tonight. It looks like we'll be getting some rain about 3 a.m. Prayers, and hope you all stay safe out there and have an enjoyable weekend. Yeah, you are correct there, Stacy. Looks like some of those showers moving into northwest Kansas kind of headed your way. Some of those are dropping some pretty heavy rains as well, torrential rains. You may get woke up to a rumble of thunder this overnight. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. It's finally Friday, but we got to take care of round 4 to Schenectady, then back to Delaware to reload for Monday. Then it's time for the adult beverages. There you go. Good morning, Gilligan. Hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Beautiful night atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia. Moon is shining bright. Everybody keep it sunnish, shiny side up. I'm sorry, sunny side, not at this time of day. It is 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. United Nations humanitarians on Thursday reiterated their calls for an urgent ceasefire in Gaza. International NGO Save the Children told a special UN Security Council meeting that the polio outbreak in Gaza is having a devastating consequence on children there, as FSN's Jody Jacobs reports from UN headquarters in New York.
Another meeting on Gaza and still no action on a ceasefire. That was just some of the frustrations aired around the horseshoe table in the Security Council on Thursday. Speaking from central Gaza, Dr. Louisa Baxter, a doctor who heads up the international NGO Save the Children, told the meeting that the repeated obstruction of humanitarian assistance persists and that a team has been waiting for life-saving medicines for 4 months.
Unless preventative action is taken immediately, this polio outbreak will not only be a disaster for children in Gaza, but may substantially set back global eradication efforts.
Jody Jacobs, New York.
At the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is preparing to wrap up proceedings. She'll formally accept the party's presidential nomination on Thursday night. It follows her vice presidential pick, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who gave a rousing speech on Wednesday night. FSN Simon Marks reports from the convention site in Chicago.
Far and away the folksiest figure ever to appear on a presidential ticket since Jimmy Carter back in 1976, and he lent into that in the speech last night, characterizing it as a pep rally for Democrats, urging them to do what high school football teams often have to do in the final quarter of a game, do whatever is necessary to secure victory. And it went down like an absolute treat inside the hall, and Democrats will be hoping that that's how it went down in living rooms all over America.
Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump has visited the US-Mexico border this Thursday, campaigning in the swing state of Arizona. He's promising to be tougher on immigration than the Democrats, a key concern for voters ahead of November's presidential election. The US government has approved new COVID-19 vaccines. The Pfizer-BioNTech and Moderna mRNA vaccines will help to protect against the latest strains of the virus, as FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
As COVID cases rise across the US, the Food and Drug Administration has given the green light to new vaccines to boost immunity through the rest of the surprisingly big summer wave and the surge expected this winter. It's the third time the shots have been updated to match new COVID strains since the original vaccines. But it's unclear how many people will choose to get the injection. Only about 22% of eligible adults got one of the last ones.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
So what do you say, ready or not? Here comes a Friday. Yeah, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. So you got chastised last week, huh? You don't want to forget about it. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Happy Casual Friday. Or as we're supposed to say, hey, Becky. That's you, Becky.
Yeah.
That you got your Becky. What day is it, Becky? All right. Now we picked on her hard enough, I guess. Oh, now we got that done. So I guess we should start out with road and traffic reports. The great, wonderful world of trucking out here on I-95 between Baltimore and Delaware. The construction zone, which is pretty much a construction zone the whole way up, and Delaware 95 is pretty much all under construction as well. I don't know how these roads can be 40, 50, 60, 70 years old. Why do they always have to? When are they ever going to finish building them, Your Honor? Anyways, northbound 95 in Maryland at the 74-mile marker, which is Maryland Route 152, is down to one lane. And there's about a 2-mile backup leading into it.
Wow.
Trying to squeeze in from three lanes into one lane. So, If you get off at the 67, take Route 43 to the east, pick up US 40 east, take that on up, and you can get on. I would say to go all the way up to Maryland 24 to come back on at the 77. You can go all the way up to 543 and get on up at the 80 if you want to continue northbound on 95.
So
now, for all the wonderful people.
I was going to say, so for even during these late hours, I mean, after midnight, and you still got a 2-mile backup, is that mostly truck traffic, I'm assuming?
No, maybe a quarter is trucks.
Really?
But no, it's a highly traveled corridor for all the four-wheelers as well. So
okay.
It's jammed in pretty tight with everybody. So for all the people that think they're lucked out by going southbound, no. So when you're coming southbound and you come past the 100-mile marker, which is Maryland State Route 272, you want to get off there and take 272 to the east down to US 40. Take US 40 west back down to 222, come back up up there to 95 with 222, get back on at the 93, and then proceed south. Otherwise, at the 94-mile marker on the southbound 95, there's about a 4-mile backup where they're squeezing everybody down to one lane.
Wow.
And very poor signage to let anybody know that you're going to run into these jam ups, and nothing to say, hey, you know, there's a jam up ahead. Maybe you want to get off this exit and use US 40 as an alternate route. So if you're out there, you're traveling on 95, you got Google Maps or something, you know, make sure you got your traffic on so you can see where it turns from green to yellow to red to maroon. Yeah, I did say maroon. Anyway, it's just a wonderful thing out there. So, I don't know, what could we have going on for a casual Friday? I don't know if Rubber Duck had enough lead time to hear what I asked last night, but I guess I could re-ask it. So, as I said, there was a car hauler that had a fifth wheel mounted car trailer instead of the Stinger mounted, you know, normal car carrier type trailer. And so he was getting a DOT inspection, and this 53-foot fifth wheel mounted carrier had cars overhanging in the front up towards the sleeper over the front of the trailer. And apparently it had, you know, some way to rack or whatever to let them overhang the back of the trailer. The end of the cars were overhanging the back of the trailer. And he was getting a violation for exceeding the 53-foot trailer length limit.
Correct.
Now, I was kind of under the impression that what harm is it if things overhang the front to the back of the cab as long as it doesn't hit the truck? You know, if it doesn't interfere with the truck turning, because I see a lot of flatbed haulers that haul steel and lumber and poles and things that definitely overhang the front of the flatbeds because there's no headboards on them now. They go pretty much up to the back of the cabs. And I thought you were allowed a 4-foot overhang off the trailer as long as you had a red flag or something on the back. You still didn't need the oversized loads. So I don't know. Maybe rules are different with the 53-foot trailer compared to what I used to do with the 48s. You know, it's been a few years since I did much with the, you know, the flatbeds and stuff like that.
Right.
So, anyways, if Rubber Duck was around, maybe he would know, or maybe some of the flatbedders know what the deal is with the 53-foot trailers, and if you are or not allowed any type of overhang. And as I say, the overhang to the front, I don't see what there's an issue with, because it's not interfering with anything as long as it doesn't hit the back of the truck. But anyway, so what are we going to come up with for a test to see who could possibly be the second smartest man in the world, Your Honor? Because you know, we can't be the smartest man and possibly the smartest man in the world, because, you know, that's Doc Holliday could possibly be the smartest man in the world. But we're going to have to come up with some sort of test or something there. Kind of, hey, do you remember those things they used to do on, was it ABC there? Had that I think it was like a sporting type thing, and where they had the competitions where, you know, people competed with them and the sports players and all that. Do you remember that show? I can't remember what the name of that was. Challenge of the Stars or something. I don't remember.
Was it Gladiators? Maybe, is that the one? Gladiators?
Possibly. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to set something up like that, you know, where, you know, you do like an obstacle course or something, you know, you got the rope swing over the mud pit or something where the opponent tries to knock you in the mud or something, and you got to pick up like big loader tires and flip big loader tires and jump through them or something while they're flipping. I don't know. We'll have to come up with something interesting to do, maybe. But other than that, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. Rockpick, he might get some company up there. I hear the possibility that the wife might be going up there to visit the son and grandkids and everybody up there for the Labor Day weekend. So population might be increased up there by one there for Labor Day. So I don't know, maybe a rock pick. But your weather forecast sounds like she's going to need to take her winter snow attire with her there.
Going to cool off.
Kind of sounded like maybe get the ice skates out or something. So, but anyways, other than that, we're just kind of hanging out, cruising along here, waiting for one more month to come, and we'll be sitting up in the mountains of Colorado a month from now. What are you going to come up with for me out there? Am I going to need like snowshoes? And
I would say,
or are you going to?
I'd say there's a distinct possibility. You're probably going to be looking at some wintry weather. I mean, historically, how many times over the years we've taken cruises in October? Many, many, many times. And of course, they have various news channels available on the ship. Typically, they've got like Los Angeles, an affiliate from whatever network there, and they have a Denver. And notoriously, if you're tuned into that Denver network feed, they're always talking about the big snow that's falling. We're out there enjoying the Caribbean, and it's 100 degrees, and say, oh boy, I don't want to go back to that kind of garbage. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. And somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on, and you better stay Bill your lane. Well, it's over. It is official. Cackles has accepted the nomination. Vote early, folks. I tuned in ever so briefly as she was accepting the nomination. She was kind of going through her childhood and then her aspirations to be a lawyer, and of course now to the White House. And then it went straight into then an absolute tirade of Trump bashing, kind of like most of the convention was. But that's what you get. What do you expect? 844-844-3388. That's the number to dial. Be a part of the show. It's kind of a cool 59, Harrison, Ohio tonight. Heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Kick back and relax, turn up the volume. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Shorty, I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line with 64 degrees. Columbus bound once again. Hello, Brian. Good morning, overnight crew. Brazil, Indiana. It's a cool 58 degrees. Nice sleeping weather tonight. Everybody out there, have a good weekend. Marianne says the same. Good morning, everybody. Have a good weekend. Hello to Kim. What do we got here? Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Please stay safe out there. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 71 degrees in Valley, Nebraska. Got the cattle unloaded, the trailer washed out and loaded. Got this overly powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed southbound at a high rate of speed. Early morning delivery, then it's on to the Weiss compound to hang out with the hot blonde wife. Now, I was feeling kind of tired until the news with those reporters and their greedy, goofy accent came on. I still have no idea what they said. Hey, a special one-night-only shout-out to Mr. Horsefeathers from Dodge County, Nebraska. James says, I don't think I've ever heard such a crazy acceptance speech as I did tonight from Kamala. All right, Michigan Madman. So I'm glad that the capital gains tax convention is over. Hello, everybody. Have a good weekend from the Michigan Madman. Eskimo Mom, well, there she is. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Friday, whatever day it is. For the fair enthusiasts out there, the Darke County Fair in Greenville is wrapping up. The Van Wert County Fair in Van Wert along US 127 is about to get started. My brother, who is a fair enthusiast, is on vacation to spend a day or two at one or maybe both fairs as, fair season's wrapping up slowly but surely. My home 20 had ours at the end of July. Got the usual run tonight, 61 with clear skies, a beautiful moon-lit, awesome trailer trucking night on Interstate 71 in Kentucky. Everybody be safe. Have a great weekend when you get to it. Cripshot is in the house. Good morning. Timothy from Rocky Mount, Virginia. 60 degrees here. Waiting on the snow. It won't be long, right? Don't say that. It is 844-844-3388. All right, let me give you the latest as Canada's two largest railroads are expected to soon start rolling once again after the government intervened to end the shutdown from the labor dispute. Of course, as we knew just over 24 hours ago, failing to reach new agreements with the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference by the midnight deadline early Thursday morning. Both freight railroads locked out the workers, halting all rail traffic in Canada and shipments into the U.S. But here we are, less than a full day into the stop. The Canadian government ordered both freight railroads to enter binding arbitration. The labor minister says we expect trains to be running again within a matter of days. Meanwhile, the union representing some 10,000 engineers, conductors, dispatchers responding angrily to that order, accusing the rail lines of intentionally creating a crisis to force government intervention. The picket lines, they do say, remain in place, but here's what we know. It all comes down to the labor contract dispute and the responding government intervention. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau initially declined to force the parties into binding arbitration for fear that it might offend the unions and the leftist NDP party. That's the party that his government relies on for support for him to remain in power. That approach changed by late this past afternoon when McKinnon announced the decision to indeed order arbitration. Now, he had declined arbitration just a week ago. He said, we wanted to give the negotiations every chance to succeed, but ultimately, the economic risk was too great to allow the lockouts to continue. Both CN and CPKC hailed the decision, saying that the government had no choice, but the Teamsters president strongly criticizing that order, stating that the two major railways manufactured this crisis, took the country hostage, and manipulated the government to once again disregard the rights that are afforded to working-class Canadians. The union deeply disappointed by what he called a shameful decision. So what happens next? Canadian Northern said that it ended their lockout immediately this past evening as part of an effort to get the trains running as soon as possible. CPKC said in a statement that they will follow the direction of the Canadian Industrial Relations Board that's overseeing the arbitration. They did not say exactly when their lockout will end. Again, McKinnon said he expects the trains will be running within days. Ending the lockout is the first step, though. Teamsters Canada Rail Conference said the picket lines remain in place while the union reviews the formal arbitration order and decide what steps they will be taking next. Now, most previous Canadian rail stoppages have only lasted a day or two and usually involved only one of the big railroads. Some has stretched as long as 8 or 9 days. The impact, of course, being magnified this time because both of the major rail lines that stopped at the same time. 30,000 plus commuters in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal. They were the first to feel the pain this past morning. Stuck trying to maybe take the bus and maybe again here on Friday as the commuter trains are not able to operate while the dispatchers are locked out. Most businesses probably had enough supplies on hand and room to store finished products. to withstand what will be this brief disruption. Yeah, ports and other railroads would have quickly become clogged, though, with stranded shipments at both rail lines if they wouldn't pick up. Things should be moving once again in fairly short order. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes in stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are
At
sold.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Arguing about who's the smartest, who's the second smartest. Hello, spaceman. It was good to hear from you earlier this week. He says, I'm the second smartest man in the world. Well, with my heart condition, I did not watch Kamala this past evening. Wife told me it's probably not a good idea to be yelling at the television. Well, you're right. And I did see your post. I actually shared your post there, Spaceman. Thanks for supporting the great product of Staybill. He shared that with his surgery coming up next week, his only bike ride this summer was actually getting ready to put it in storage. So he was filling up the tank with his Staybill storage to put her up for the winter months. Yeah, won't be out there riding anytime soon, will you? All right. Meanwhile, the right-wing nut also discussing who may be the second smartest man in the world as we roll into a Friday. Good morning, right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut, yeah. Oh, you said last night that there were two geniuses already on your radio show. One was the Charlie Farquharson impersonator.
Yes.
And then the right-wing nut. You said get those two geniuses together. So we are the smartest two drivers out here on the road. So I just want to clarify that so there's no one else that needs to worry about being smart. Anyways, yeah, I seen a little bit of that Kamala crap show that they had on the Fox News, and you know, it is a shame that they cannot talk about policies. It's got to be Trump bashing. Trump's bad, Trump's this, Trump's that. Well, I tell you what, we've seen some pictures of Kamala there on the internet, and they were not very, I don't know, flattering, I guess would be the word. Yeah, they little risque. Now, on a more serious note, did you hear about the post Kamala put out there? Sorry about that. Them cigars, I tell you, they get a little rough on the throat. Where she said, allegedly, that if you didn't vote for her, if you voted for Trump, she and her group will find you and make you pay for it. Now, I don't know if that was an actual true statement.
I would suspect
on a post.
I would suspect that's not that's a fictitious post, surely. A right-wing nut. We got to pause.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bundin in Mumbai. Kamala Harris has accepted the Democratic nomination for president, delivering her election pitch on the final night of the party convention in Chicago. Harris pledged to lead for all Americans and create economic opportunities in a speech that focused on unity.
And I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections, to the peaceful transfer of power.
Former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy says the Biden-Harris administration has not united the country in their time in office, and that former President Donald Trump would do a better job in the White House. He has criticized the vice president and Democrats' choice for president, Kamala Harris, for her policy record, saying she has favored taking away private health insurance. Speaking on Thursday before Harris's speech, he said along with her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, they lack clarity on what their actual policies are.
I think is a far more unifying message than calling 70 million Americans on the other side just plain weird people, right? And so I don't consider the weird line of Walz a particularly unifying tone. But I do think that the idea that success unifies us, not just through words but through action, I think that's actually a more unifying message than served up by Democrats. And the reality is Joe Biden pledged to unite the country. We wouldn't be where we are if he had achieved the mission. So I think Donald Trump's best position to do that, and that's why I'm supporting him.
Demonstrations have taken place outside the convention in opposition to US support of Israel's war in Gaza. United Nations humanitarians, meanwhile, on Thursday reiterated their calls for an urgent ceasefire. International NGO Save the Children's representative told a special UN Security Council meeting that the polio outbreak in Gaza is going to have devastating consequences for the children there if something is not done soon. Jodie Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
Another meeting on Gaza and still no action on a ceasefire. That was just some of the frustrations aired around the horseshoe table in the Security Council on Thursday. Speaking from central Gaza, Dr. Louisa Baxter, a doctor who heads up the international NGO Save the Children, told the meeting that the repeated obstruction of humanitarian assistance persists and that a team has been waiting for life-saving medicines for 4 months.
Unless preventative action is taken immediately, this polio outbreak will not only be a disaster for children in Gaza, but may substantially set back global eradication efforts.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN. Donald Trump visited the US southern border on Thursday in an attempt to keep public attention on the country's migrant situation. Immigration is a key issue in the upcoming presidential election, and the Republican nominee has been working hard to highlight what he says are failed Democratic border policies. Sally Patterson has more.
Standing at the US southern border in Arizona, Donald Trump told reporters Kamala Harris, if elected as president, would take down the wall he'd partially built to keep migrants out. The former president and his running mate, J.D. Vance, have repeatedly tried to paint the vice president and Democratic presidential nominee as a failed border czar. On Thursday, Trump was joined by the families of people killed by undocumented migrants who are pushing for more stringent border controls. But Harris has consistently defended her record.
North Korea says that the United States' planned sale of military helicopters to South Korea is a provocative act. It comes as Washington and Seoul are currently holding annual military drills to improve combat readiness. East Asia correspondent William Denslow reports.
Earlier this week, the US State Department approved the potential sale of Apache helicopters to South Korea in a deal worth around $3.5 billion. Citing officials, North Korean state media say this is a reckless, provocative act and one that increases the dangers of a new conflict. It adds that North Korea will have to boost its self-defense capabilities.
The main news again. Kamala Harris has accepted the Democratic nomination for president, delivering her election pitch on the final night of the party convention in Chicago. Demonstrations have taken place outside the convention in opposition to US support of Israel's war in Gaza. United Nations humanitarians on Thursday reiterated their calls for an urgent ceasefire in Gaza, with warnings that the polio outbreak there is going to have devastating consequences. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bunden reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And welcome back. Rolling into a brand new day. Here comes a Friday, TGIF. Well, for most of us. Happy hump day, Becky. I mentioned the heat is on. The heat remains extreme for Texas right on into next week. For the folks in the north central states who've enjoyed some very refreshingly cool conditions, you will also be heating up rather substantially here in the coming days. AccuWeather forecasters advise thunderstorms will also be on the prowl into the weekend for parts of the region. a vast region from northern and western Texas through much of Oklahoma, portions of Louisiana, Arkansas, have seen frequent days of extreme heat, even for southern standards. Now, there's a storm charging through the western U.S. into the weekend with some cooler air. It's going to be reorienting that heat dome in the south central and central states through the weekend and into next week. Dallas, you've seen highs at or above 100 day after day, August 13 through August 20th. Yeah, it looks like the epicenter of the extreme heat will be over the southern high plains. Highs still in the low 100s, maybe a high of 105 through early next week. Heat indices will be in the 110 range for many areas in the state of Texas. But that shift in the jet stream allows that heat dome to begin building northward over much of the plains and more into the Mississippi Valley and even the Great Lakes region this weekend into next week. And that change in temperatures well into the 90s with a few areas approaching 100 in the Midwest. Temperatures will trend upward from the, well, we felt like September and October-like levels in recent days. 10 to 15 below average. We're going to flip that 10 to 15 above average by early next week. In Chicago, which it's been a very comfortable week there for the DNC, mid-70s on Monday and Tuesday. You're warming back to the mid-90s by early next week. St. Louis, pretty much the same. You're trending upward from the mid-70s on Wednesday to the mid to upper 90s by early next week. Mid-70s that we saw midweek, Minneapolis, Indianapolis, Detroit, all going to be replaced with highs near 90 by early next week. Heat indices for most of those areas approaching the 100-degree mark. So get ready. The power grid will again continue to be strained in much of Texas as the heat continues to build there. And I see much of Oklahoma also with heat advisories as we head into a Friday here. Speaking of which, Buckeye Boy checks in from Van Horn, Texas tonight, where it's 85 degrees at this hour. It was hot coming across Texas, well over 100 degrees this past day. Did you see the New York Times article on how Kamala plans on raising the $5 trillion to pay for their giveaways? Among the worst is they want to increase corporate taxes up to 28%, capital gains taxes up to 48%, and a 25% tax on unrealized gains. And maybe you can explain to the listeners that don't know what that means. Most of them will. Had a good day driving, made about 730 miles with 2 minutes left on the 14-hour clock. I mean, you're cutting it tight there. Trump said he enjoyed the interview Sean Hannity had with Brian Kemp and feels that they can work together. Now, I'm happy to hear that because when President Trump had the rally in Georgia here, he criticized Kemp a lot, which I didn't agree with. And granted, I'm not all that happy with Kemp sometimes, but he has done a lot for Georgia, especially during the COVID pandemic, getting us back open quickly, getting laws passed to secure the elections. A lot of Georgians like Kemp, and I don't think it accomplished anything by criticizing him. Nonetheless, have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. Thank you, Buckeye Boy. So I forgot to mention one of my trucks may have some mold or fungus in the fuel. So I ordered some Primrose MP8 Microbiocide and some Diesel Extreme from Hot Shot Secret to treat the fuel tanks. I hope that does the trick to get me running smoothly once again. I also had to get the other truck towed to a repair shop in Smyrna, Georgia, due to derating. Hino extended the warranty on their emissions systems, even on my 2016 truck, due to a lot of problems they've had with them. I hope it's covered. All right. Yeah, I hope that's the case for you as well. Those derating, that ain't no fun. All right. We got clear lines out there at 844-844-3388. Let me flip over. And speaking of which, with the new the app update and the ability to comment or contact the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, it just I've had an email forwarded to me, and it's been bugging me all throughout the day. Some people just don't understand. They just don't get it. I presume this is some guy scrolling through Facebook or something that came across the program and tuned in for a bit. And he says, your format is horrible. You spend your first hour going over news stories or whatever. Then you take some goofy effing calls. Then you bring up another news story. Then you say you'll get back to the calls after a break. Well, you take a commercial break and you come back and you go into other news, eating into the time, and you don't take a call. Now you said, we'll get back to the calls, and you didn't take one. Repeat that every half hour, and it's a surprise anyone even wants to hold. You seem to have no sense of urgency to get to more calls. Now, I just came back to the show after the bottom of the hour break, and you're doing another news story for 9 minutes till 1:45 in the morning. Ridiculous. Who would want to hold for that kind of crap? All right. For John. John, whatever your last name is, for those who don't understand, if you can't take calls if there's not a call on hold. There are occasions when we will have full lines, to which we will take one call after another, after another. There are occasions when there's one person on hold, to which we may talk a little. Some people complain about, why do you let these people go on for 8 and 10 minutes? Well, if there's nobody else holding, I'm not holding anyone up. I'm just trying to explain to you. When you have clear lines, I can't ideally sit here and just pause and wait for someone to call. I have to give additional information, as there are hundreds of listeners out there that simply tune in to get the information I divulge through the overnight hour. It's a 5-hour program, folks. So, John, I would implore you, if you'd like to actually chime in, I promise you won't be holding exceptionally long. When we do get full lines, there are occasions where we'll take calls. You get a couple of calls in. You got to take your news break. So, folks do occasionally have to hold for 30, 40 minutes. That's not necessarily an uncommon thing as well. But I'm sure he didn't notice when I say clear lines at 844-844-3388. That means the lines are clear. Hope you understand. So rather than pause for 10 minutes, I share news. That's why we do hours of preparation to get all the latest on what we are going to be discussing from the previous day and throughout the night. And we've got live information if things unfold during the program, which you do not get from pre-recorded programming. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm not rambling on for an extended period of time with people just sitting there holding on. Which leads me to Ford. It's pretty big in relation to the electrification of cars and trucks. We know day after day the news has been getting worse. The demand has been dropping. The big three, with all their grandiose plans of electrifying everything, are losing tons of money. Ford reportedly lost $100,000 for every electric car they delivered in the first quarter of this year. How is that even possible? Ford announcing that they're recalibrating their electric vehicle strategy over concerns about profitability, including scrapping an electric SUV. Ford is canceling plans to manufacture a large 3-row electric SUV. Chief Executive Officer Jim Farley said, "We loved our 3-row crossover, and I was excited to show everybody the work we did. There's just no way it could ever meet our criteria of being profitable, though." Now, they said they will reduce future capital expenditure plans on electric vehicles somewhere from 30 to 40%. They now plan to leverage hybrid technology for their next generation 3-row SUV. Now, they're forecasting smaller, cheaper electric vehicles in the future, while the hybrid technology will be utilized for powering larger vehicles. This is about being nimble and listening to your responses from our customers, according to the vice chair. Hybrid technology for those customers appears to be the best solution. Now, he said, we've been out in the EV market here for over 2 years. We've learned a lot, and what we are understanding is customers want more choices. Ford will reduce future capital expenditure plans on pure electric vehicles. He didn't provide a timeline for the reduction in fully electric vehicles. We've learned in the marketplace, we've seen where people have gravitated. We're going to focus on where we would have a competitive advantage, and that's on commercial land trucks and SUVs. This is a tremendous pivot for us. We're not going to make a tremendous pivot without doing a lot of homework and convincing ourselves that this is the right plan. I'm very confident. The Blue Oval said Wednesday that the cancellation would cause Ford to take a special non-cash charge of about $400 million for writing down the value of manufacturing assets that they'll no longer use. They also admitted that the strategy of embracing hybrids versus fully electric could cost the company as much as $1.5 billion in additional expenses and cash expenditures. Ford's electric vehicle division is on pace to lose as much as $5.5 billion this year. According to the report this past day from Bloomberg, they reported back in May, citing sources, Ford was losing $100,000 for every electric car delivered in the first quarter. They also announced this week that their upcoming pickup truck, codenamed T3, will be delayed about 2 years to debut now in 2027. That will be manufactured at the $5.6 billion Blue Oval City production facility in Tennessee, which is expected to open sometime next year. They did say, lastly, they still plan to introduce an all-new fully electric commercial van that will begin production in Ohio in 2026. Plans to move some of the battery production next year for the Mustang Mach-E electric SUV from Poland to Holland, Michigan, so they can qualify for the Inflation Reduction Act tax credits. Last year, the Department of Energy announced that they had given a $9.2 billion conditional loan to a joint venture of Ford Motor and South Korea's SK to build 3 battery plants in Tennessee and Kentucky. They expect to begin manufacturing some lower-cost lithium iron phosphate, or LFP, batteries at that Blue Oval Park plant in Michigan starting again in 2026. Backing down on the EV plans. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you very much. And that's exactly what little Jimmy Big Rigger did. Morning, Jimmy. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve Summers, and all you fellas out there in Radio Land, whether you consider yourselves a cartoon character or maybe one of the world's smartest men, but just want to call back and give you an update. I guess things are picking up over at the ABF, and they're calling me back after 13 months, so I'm glad for that. It's been a long time in the works, but I do really appreciate your format. I like the weather, and I like to hear from everybody checking in, and I enjoy the different perspective that every caller brings in, except for maybe I don't know, a couple of them that might remain nameless. One called Joe that might have been a minister, and then another couple of fellas. I really don't care to hear much from them, but they do light up the lines after they get off the phone. People like me call in and have something to say about that, but I really enjoy listening to the show, and be glad to get going back to ABF. And I was especially glad to hear from Spaceman to hear his update, about his heart condition. I've been concerned about that and wondering about that, and every now and then I think about some of these guys and I say a little prayer for them. They're brothers out here on the road, and I care for them. And so that's about all I got.
Excellent. Well, thank you for chiming in, Jimmy Big Rigger. I appreciate you being with us, helping to support the show. Yeah, Spaceman, just a few hours ago, I shared on my particular Facebook page. He said, my only ride this summer. Had to get the bike ready for storage with the quadruple bypass scheduled for the 27th. So coming up next week at Milton Hershey Hospital. As most of you know, had a heart attack at work on May 16. Went to Hershey Hospital by ambulance. It was a widowmaker heart attack. Total blockage of the LAD artery. I am very lucky, they tell me, because only 12% of people survive this type of heart attack. Had 2 stents put in that night, but I've got 4 other blockages that need corrected with the bypass. This will take 5 to 6 hours from incision to closure. I have to shave off my beard because of a cath they're going to be putting in my neck that goes straight to the heart. They need a clear view and quick access to the cath, and they can't chance anything getting into it. I have not smoked since the heart attack, and instead I'm using my cigarette money for payments on a 2023 Jeep Rubicon I bought a few weeks ago. I was going to ask you about that the other night. I kind of wondered if, were you able to kick the smokes? So congratulations on that. That's a hell of a task. Either way, after surgery, can't drive for about 4 weeks. Then I'll go into cardio rehab until I pass the DOT physical, and then return to work about the new year, maybe, if all goes as I will be in as good a shape as anyone at my age. So very good. Thank you for the update there. Trying to get the name. Is that Bill by chance?
Yes, sir.
Morning, Bill.
Good morning. I was just calling about that Ford story you just ran with the electric vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And let's remember that the whole reason that they went down that road of electric vehicles as they did was the government was pushing them on them. Basically, the Biden Camellia system there that's running. And just a heads up that that's what happens when the government tries to take control of private enterprise.
Absolutely. That mandating, they made it sound like they're not going to be allowed to manufacture internal combustion engines, and the time frame is very short, but the demand isn't there. You cannot, it's a capitalist country. You can't tell me or you what you're going to buy. What's your interest in an electric vehicle, Bill?
Absolutely zero.
That's what I thought. That's what so many people, I think they're finally figuring out that is the case with many people.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's great to hear from you this Friday morning, Bill.
All right, I appreciate your time. Stay blessed. I'll keep listening.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. There you go. About a minute from news break. Let me see here. So we've got some folks listening in, folks jumping on board. Heat Wave, Eskimo Mom wants to talk about the electric vehicles. I believe is that Uber Ed online? I think he's with us as well. Hello to Candlestick Wick, who says, a couple of months ago, I bought the Stick Shit Eliminator, put it in my 2016 Ford Fiesta ST. The turbo spools up at a much lower RPM, and now I can do more than 140 miles per hour versus 137. Did I say that? Even when I'm hooning around, I can still get 32 miles per gallon driving on a route that puts me on the toll road, driving more than 80 miles per hour. And I use that full synthetic oil. Very good. Thank you very much.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. United Nations humanitarians on Thursday reiterated their calls for an urgent ceasefire in Gaza. International NGO Save the Children told a special UN Security Council meeting that the polio outbreak in Gaza is having a devastating consequence on children there, as FSN's Jody Jacobs reports from UN headquarters in New York.
Another meeting on Gaza and still no action on a ceasefire. That was just some of the frustrations aired around the horseshoe table in the Security Council on Thursday. Speaking from central Gaza, Dr. Louisa Baxter, a doctor who heads up the international NGO Save the Children, told the meeting that the repeated obstruction of humanitarian assistance persists and that a team has been waiting for life-saving medicines for 4 months.
Unless preventative action is taken immediately, this polio outbreak will not only be a disaster for children in Gaza, but may substantially set back global eradication efforts.
Jody Jacobs, New York.
At the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is preparing to wrap up proceedings. She'll formally accept the party's presidential nomination on Thursday night. It follows her vice presidential pick, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who gave a rousing speech on Wednesday night. FSN Simon Marks reports from the convention site in Chicago.
Far and away the folksiest figure ever to appear on a presidential ticket since Jimmy Carter back in 1976, and he lent into that in the speech last night, characterizing it as a pep rally for Democrats, urging them to do what high school football teams often have to do in the final quarter of a game, do whatever is necessary to secure victory. And it went down like an absolute treat inside the hall, and Democrats will be hoping that that's how it went down in living rooms all over America.
Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump has visited the US-Mexico border this Thursday, campaigning in the swing state of Arizona. He's promising to be tougher on immigration than the Democrats, a key concern for voters ahead of November's presidential election. The US government has approved new COVID-19 vaccines. The Pfizer-BioNTech and Moderna mRNA vaccines will help to protect against the latest strains of the virus, as FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
As COVID cases rise across the US, the Food and Drug Administration has given the green light to new vaccines to boost immunity through the rest of the surprisingly big summer wave and the surge expected this winter. It's the third time the shots have been updated to match new COVID strains since the original vaccines. But it's unclear how many people will choose to get the injection. Only about 22% of eligible adults got one of the last ones.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, thank you much for hanging out with us as we roll into a brand new day. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Great show. Thank you very much. Hello to Russell. Russell said, tell him, Steve. Jerry, keep doing what you're doing, Steve. Buckeye Boy, I appreciate your weather reports, trucking news, and other news that affects our lives outside of trucking. Hey, as far as taking calls, you can only work with what you have or who you have on the lines. Yeah, you can't have dead air. So with that, we get to Senor Heatwave.
So who was that caller? The guy that fussed at you. What was his name?
Somebody named John. Like I said, I'm just assuming he kind of scrolled through Facebook and came across the show and had never maybe even heard of it before. Had no idea.
Well, all I can say is, John, there's a lot of things that you probably don't know about broadcasting. And there's a lot of things that we don't know, but we understand that it's not just a 5-hour show with people calling in. Steve does have to do a whole lot of prep for the clear empty times on the telephone. And if you can't understand that, then go suck eggs. I swear, some people. Oh, well, I mean, I don't know what the guy does, but apparently he's a professional critic. But even critics are supposed to have some idea what they're talking about before they open their damn mouths, right?
Right.
I mean, a home inspector. What is a home inspector? They're failed home builders. So anyways, I tell you what, I'm over here in Rosenberg, Oregon. It apparently just rained here not that long ago, and it's like 58, 59 degrees out here, and it is nice. It is really nice. So, anyways, and not a whole lot tonight, just out here trying to make a living again. And I'm glad to hear that Jimmy Big Rigger got called back to ABF.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, we are just hurting for freight out here. I don't know if our company's got a bad bad crew or just bad luck or what, but I mean, dadgum, it would sure be nice if we had some of that freight out here. But we got a issue at the house that I don't know if anyone else has heard of. Now, Lady Heatwave, she's on SSDI, and I also have her insured with our company insurance. Make sure she's double insured so it doesn't cost us that much more whenever she goes in. Lately, it seems like, and this is from what the pharmacist says, is that our carrier insurance is telling SSDI to, not have Lady Heatwave covered, saying that they were the ones that were covering her, and she didn't need to be covered by SSDI insurance, which is United Healthcare.
Okay.
And it's like, I don't think that's legal or ethical. So I give the information to the Lady Heatwave so she can call up and talk to them scoundrels. I won't mention the name of the group, but it is kind of Enigma with Cigna. Anyways, but I mean, have you ever heard of one insurance company telling another, you don't need to do anything, we'll take care of it, especially when it's a federal disability insurance? I've not heard of that before.
The only thing I've ever heard of is, I mean, all insurance companies want to know if you're covered, you or your spouse are covered by another insurance, because that way they try to pass, who's going to pay what on that. They all want to pay the least.
Yeah, and I mean, when I was with Yellow, I don't know if I ought to spit when I say that or not, but we had damn good insurance here in the western states, and there was no issue. Whatever SSDI didn't cover, Blue Cross Blue Shield would, and it's just really aggravating that this has to come up. But so we got that going on, and then I also found out today that the air conditioner that I bought 2 years ago is starting to have issues. And it's like, well, the people that installed that damn thing ain't around.
Uh-oh.
I guess they made their money and they left. Yeah. No, I don't know if I did a damn fool thing or not, but I did get another home warranty insurance package. So, but this is supposed to be more complete than what the other one was.
Well, and at 2 years old, there should be no reason that homeowner's warranty, whatever it is, the big out they normally have is all that unit's more than 10 years old or 12 years old, and that's so we'll give you $200 to put on a new system. That's always, that's the fine print. At 2 years old, that's a new system.
Well, now I've got to let you know that with my wife's condition and with my daughter's condition, with their skin being so hot, I mean, if it's 65 outside or inside the house, that's too hot for them. It really irritates their skin.
Mm-hmm.
it feels like wool. And if you ever had a wool blanket on you, like most of us in the military have had, that ain't exactly the most comfortable thing to have on you. It's rather itchy.
Yes.
It's an irritant. And, with their conditions, with the vasculitis, and I can't think of the other condition, what happens is the blood gets, the extremities get so hot that the blood pulls up to the top of the skin. So with this air conditioner, which is a ton bigger than what the old one was, it's on constantly year round, and it's set at like 59 degrees in the house, and that is very comfortable for them. So when I go to bed, I sleep with a parka on, but they're fine. So I mean, we may be really hastening the end of the life of that unit.
Well, yeah, the life expectancy of 10 years might be more like 5 because it's getting double usage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, on winter days, whenever it's really nice and cold, we don't have it on. We just have the fan on. But yeah, I tell you what, if it ain't one damn thing, it's another. So, but other than that, that's about all I had for right now. Maybe I'll call you in that loneliest hour. I'm headed up to Portland, and I think heading to Tri-Cities, Washington. We'll see what happens after that. But yeah, it's been a very busy but productive week for me so far. All right, Senor, I'll go ahead and let you go. Football season's
almost here. Yes, it is. All right, thank you, Senor Heatwave. Eskimo Mom, she sent me a link to a story which I had from CDL Life this past day, where the National Transportation Safety Board announced they're launching an investigation into that the hazmat incident that involved that electric Tesla semi last week in California. This past day, the National Transportation Safety Board said the investigation has been opened into the August 19 crash and fire involving a Tesla electric-powered truck tractor on I-80 near Immigrant Gap in California. Conducted in partnership with the California Highway Patrol, we're investigating this event due to its interest in the fire risks associated with lithium-ion batteries. Now, this was about 3 o'clock in the morning on the 19th. Semi reportedly veered off eastbound I-80, striking trees near the roadway. There were no injuries, but that crash sparked a fire that created a hazmat situation due to the toxic fumes being spewed from the lithium-ion batteries. Now, that shut down a portion of I-80 for nearly 16 hours. If you could imagine the incredible big truck backups. I think the story that Eskimo Mom shared said that fire reached temperatures of like 1,000 degrees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's the article. And then I'm glad the NTSB is starting to investigate, and they should have done this a long time ago, because these things are not. I don't think the Tesla semis or even any of the large lithium-ion battery is ready for prime time yet, just because of that fire risk. They're still having problems with them, and like with the airline, if the airlines cannot ship those batteries, or if they're in the larger system, that should make people stop and pause with all the issues that they're having. And I'm hoping that the NTSB can get to the bottom of it and say, hey guys, time out. Let's work on this. Mm-hmm. I seriously think with EVs they should be doing more hybrids right now, and let the technology get developed. Or if they're going to do anything like that, try to find something else besides the lithium ion that can produce as much juice and it can be just as convenient, or just try to make it as convenient as what we got right now, and with our regular vehicles. And with heat waves issue with the SSDI medical insurance and carrier insurance having an issue, yeah, I've heard of that happening because with some people being on Medicare and or their spouses being on Medicare, they've had some issues with that too, with the insurance companies fighting back and forth on that one.
Well, very interesting. We've been talking for quite some time about the Tesla automobile fires and the inability for the fire departments to be able to get them under control. I mean, we had predicted this is going to be coming down the pike. The more electric trucks that they put out there. Yep.
And it's not just that. It's the danger that firefighters have. When they have those fires and trying to put them out, especially if those batteries are still hot and we're talking when they still got juice producing.
Yep.
And I think here a while back it was one of our local departments in the Dayton, Ohio area that had one of those fires, and somebody did get shocked. And did get hurt because they were trying to do what they could to get the. I don't know if they had to get the person out or they're just trying to get to the batteries, but to be able to put the fire out. But somebody did get hurt, and so I'm just hoping the NTSB I just wish that the government would get their noses out of trying to push all this EV crap and work on the hybrids, and eventually when we have better battery technology, yeah, maybe way down the road, but don't just push it on us.
Not ready for prime time. All right, Eskimo Mom, thank you much. From her report was out of Detroit from the AP, which had a little more. When the big truck battery, when it caught fire, spewing those toxic fumes, reaching a temperature of 1,000 degrees, forcing firefighters to wait for it to burn out, according to the Highway Patrol. The driver of the truck did walk away from the crash, was taken to a hospital. The battery burned into the late afternoon while firefighters tried to cool it down for cleanup. But again, the three-way didn't open until nearly 7:30 in the evening. So from 3:15 the previous morning to nearly 7:30 in the following evening. Now, after an investigation that ended in 2021 regarding a fire from a Tesla, they determined that high-voltage electric vehicle battery fires pose risk to those first responders, and that the guidelines from the manufacturers about how to deal with them are not adequate. Now, the NTSB, they have no enforcement powers. They can only make recommendations. They called for the manufacturers to write vehicle-specific response guides for fighting these battery fires and limiting chemical thermal runaway and reignition. Those guidelines also should include information on how to safely store vehicles with damaged lithium-ion batteries. Of course, Tesla started delivering the electric semis back in December of 22, more than 3 years after Elon Musk said they would start making the trucks. They've been running way behind. Musk has said the semi has a range per charge of 500 miles when pulling an 82,000-pound load. So 10 before the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Alrighty, back on a Friday as we roll toward the weekend. See what Uber Ed has going on out there. What's happening, Ed? Hello, is this Uber Ed? Maybe not. Maybe Ed had to go. Okay, let's move on down. See, Pappy should be on board. Morning, Pappy.
TGIF, Steve. What's going on, man?
Not a whole lot. Have they got you scheduled to get back to work anytime soon, or you still got another few weeks?
Looking like September 2nd.
Really?
The night of your party.
Oh, boy.
Well, I had to get some blood work done today. I guess when we get the results back from that, as long as the white blood cell counts on high, if everything's normal, I'll be back to work on September the 2nd, which is a Monday, and I'll make sure I swing by and take a dip, man.
Right.
We got about an hour there,
You might have to bring
about an hour to get the party in there.
Paddy wagon. You might need the paddy wagon. I don't know. We might have some in it.
Oh, man. I wonder if Monkey Gouge is going to make a trip up here. Yeah. Hey, I got some info for you. Assassination on Trump.
Yes.
Assassination attempt, along with the murder of that firefighter. Remember how they were saying local law enforcement offered a drone up and Secret Service refused it? And everybody's like, what? Well, come to find out, Steve. Depends on what kind of drone was being offered up. Secret Service drones. Now, I found this out. Some dude that was Special Forces. He's a sniper. He also operated drones in the military. He said that a lot of these government law enforcement, and I can confirm that, these TGI drones, in fact, that's the one I got. It's owned by a Chinese company, right? You got to download that app. You literally fly it with your phone. You tap into their app and literally fly it with your drone.
Okay.
So they can be compromised. You follow me?
If someone were able to hack into your phone or whatever, they could take it over. So what? The Secret Service
especially China.
Okay.
So any drone that Secret Service uses or the military uses in operations, they have to be, I guess, what's the right word here, cleaned of any malware or anything that can be hacked. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
In other words, if local law enforcement had their drones and they're like, hey, man, you can use our drones, like, yeah, it's understandable now why they said, nope, we can't have you flying over our services here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which could be tapped into and cause problems if, China taps into that and can spy on how the Secret Service does things or whatnot. So that was a possible reason why the Secret Service turned them down on that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. We try to get to the truth, DNC, it's over with, thank goodness. Yes, I'll tell you what, Steve. You could just stack up the lies, man. I don't know how many feet we would get to, but my oh my, you talk about trying to stoke up the racial hatred in this country, man. These people. That's all I heard. All out of Michelle Obama. All stoking the fire here, man. It's a shame because the United States, they are trying to make it sound like these United States, like we are a flat out racial hating people. Steve, this country has come a long way.
Yes.
We obviously had issues, obviously still have issues, but the way they are trying to portray Trump, the MAGA supporters, it is just a flat out lie and a shame. And the communist news media's propagandists are helping them spew all this stuff. And if you think about it, how can you vote for somebody like that, man? You know what I'm saying? Remember about a year ago, I threw it out to all your listeners, man. Who do you know that's a racist? Steve, I don't know anybody that's a racist. Now, through my life, through my 64 years, I've come across a few.
Mm-hmm.
But as of right now, Steve, I don't know any racists, man. I don't know anybody that's literally hates somebody just because of the pigment and the color of their skin.
Correct. Absolutely. I'm with you there. We got to pause, though. I get a news break back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has formally accepted the Democratic presidential nomination on the final day of the party's convention in Chicago. The US Vice President promised to be a president for all Americans if she wins in November, and took aim at her rival Donald Trump.
Consider his explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
Donald Trump reacted to the speech on social media, questioning why the Democrats haven't already achieved their policy proposals. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Ukraine a month after he visited Russia for talks with President Putin. The trip to Kiev is the first by an Indian leader in 3 decades and comes as the war in Ukraine continues. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Modi says while there he will share his perspective on finding a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine. Calling New Delhi Kyiv's partner and friend, Modi said that India wants peace and stability to return to the region. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, had in July called Modi's trip to Moscow a huge disappointment and a devastating blow to peace efforts. Experts say Narendra Modi is likely to project himself and his country as a peacemaker and offer humanitarian assistance rather than make public condemnations like US President Joe Biden and other Western leaders have done on their visits to Ukraine. Kyiv seems to have acknowledged that the Indian leader will not make the same kind of remarks.
North Korea says the US planned sale of military helicopters to South Korea is a provocative act. It comes as Washington and Seoul hold annual military drills to improve combat readiness. William Denslow reports from Hong Kong.
Earlier this week, the US State Department approved the potential sale of Apache helicopters to South Korea in a deal worth around $3.5 billion. Citing officials, North Korean state media say this is a reckless, provocative act and one that increases the dangers of a new conflict. It adds that North Korea will have to boost its self-defense capabilities. This all comes as South Korea and the United States are conducting military drills over 11 days, and South Korea's president says that it's only military readiness that can prevent Pyongyang from making miscalculations.
Thailand's confirmed its first case of the new potentially deadlier form of Mpox. Authorities say the infected man arrived in Bangkok from Africa earlier this month. Close contacts of his since he arrived are being monitored. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. With more on Narendra Modi's visit to Ukraine now, Shruti Pandalai is a New Delhi-based strategic affairs expert. She says that India's historic ties to Moscow put New Delhi in a unique position when it comes to talks in Kiev, with access to both Ukraine and Russia.
One, of course, we have to show the world that, we follow our own path when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and how incrementally India has always stood on the path of dialogue. That's one. And two is the interest in maintaining credibility in Europe. I think that's what you're seeing in a post-Ukraine sort of crisis, that Europe should still consider India to be a credible actor.
Donald Trump visited the US southern border just before Kamala Harris's DNC speech in an attempt to keep public attention on the country's migration situation. Immigration is a key issue in the upcoming presidential election in the United States, and the Republican nominee has been working hard to highlight what he says are failed Democrat border policies. Sally Patterson reports.
Standing at the US southern border in Arizona, Donald Trump told reporters Kamala Harris, if elected as president, would take down the wall he'd partially built to keep migrants out. The former president and his running mate, J.D. Vance, have repeatedly tried to paint the vice president and Democratic presidential nominee as a failed border czar. On Thursday, Trump was joined by the families of people killed by undocumented migrants who are pushing for more stringent border controls. But Harris has consistently defended her record, saying as a prosecutor, she went after transnational gangs, drug cartels and human traffickers that entered the country illegally. It's a hugely divisive issue here in the US, and one that could help determine the outcome of November's election.
That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
up where we left off there as we roll into another hour. Crossed it over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. So welcome into a Friday. Boy, last weekend before we head to Labor Day weekend, I guess AAA said we're anticipating a lot of travelers again. One last chance to maybe get out, have some fun over the unofficial end of summer weekend, as they call it. Yeah, we were conversing with Pappy, and he was given the latest. So I guess the story about the whole drone scenario, though, in Butler, PA, makes sense. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions that another member of the task force investigating said he's not buying the explanation by the Secret Service and the Department of Homeland Security that said this kid acted alone. Michael Waltz of Florida said his alleged motivation to kill Trump is still unknown, they tell us. And I quote, "I don't understand. I don't have any answers yet to help me understand how the Secret Service and Homeland Security came out so quickly and said, and I think the FBI as well, I'm not sure, I'll have to check, but that he operated alone. How do you know that just days into your investigation? You can't tell us his motive, but you can tell us he acted alone? You can't get into these encrypted overseas accounts, but you can tell us he acted alone. I'm not buying that." He said he's concerned that some foreign entity or some other third party may have indeed been involved in this. Crooks had been noticed at the site by law enforcement. We know all the background there. But he said, why does a 19-year-old kid who's a healthcare aide need encrypted platforms, not even based in the United States, but based abroad? The word this week was that he used foreign encrypted messaging accounts on platforms based in Germany, Belgium, and New Zealand. We're talking about where terrorist organizations know it's harder for our law enforcement to get into. Dr. Walid Fars, a noted author, professor, and Mideast expert, wrote a column which he said the Islamic regime in Iran, as we know, is trying to have Trump assassinated, hoping to have that done by the election. It's really what's coming out around this shooting that's so disturbing. And for me, the thing that's most disturbing is we've got ongoing plots from Iran to take out a former president, a leading candidate, and that a Pakistani national was just arrested after making a down payment for hitmen, barely even being covered in the news. The FBI found explosive in Crook's car, parked near the rally, and at his parents' house. I don't know many 19-year-old kids who could make multiple IEDs with a remote detonator on their own. Why didn't that get picked up? If he's searching that online or buying literature on how to do that. As a matter of fact, there was yet another arrest made this past day as Trump was at the U.S. border. There in Arizona. There was a manhunt ongoing prior to Trump's rally, and Trump wasn't even notified about it. He found out from a reporter questioning him there at that particular rally. An individual with, I guess, a number of previous arrests, a known sex offender. I'll have to pull up the other charges, but they did find and arrest that individual who supposedly was plotting to take out Trump while he was there in Arizona. So the plot thickens. All right, Pappy, thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, no, thanks for rolling me over, Steve. Let's talk about this. I want to get back to the DNC, but let's talk about this again for a little bit here, if you don't mind. I sent you an email talking about his encrypted stuff. I also sent in that same email you can see there's Iran has been using tactics to reach out to people in Israel who might be gullible and wanting to turn against their government. You pull that up and read it. Were they doing the same thing here? Now, Bongino brought this up today. They've known now for years that Iran has threatened to kill Trump and other political people that that Bongino named. Like you just read off, this guy said, Steve, there's so many things here, just make you question it, you know. There was no counter intel unit on the ground, Steve. Now, remember I told you on the air, I don't know, a few weeks back, maybe a month or so, that I could be in a room with 25 people and say 3 of them are carrying a concealed weapon, that I could point them 3 people out to you. These counter intel people are extremely trained agents that can spot people that are up to no good, let's say. There's video that just came out of crooks walking around hours prior to, you know, and he was even spotted by locals. I mean, we all know that. Everybody's like, hey, this dude's not, you know, acting right. If there would have been a counter intel unit on the ground, Steve, they would have approached him. And I don't know why any law enforcement didn't approach him. And I've talked about this on your show before, Steve, where law enforcement officer just driving down the street, right, sees a guy walking down the street that committed no crime, right? We have a right to pull up to that person and engage him in conversation, right? That person can tell me to pound salt and keep on walking, and there's nothing I can do about it. This is supposed to be a free country, right? You got to have, you just can't detain somebody. We're not a communist country. Nobody's done nothing wrong. They're not suspicious of committing a crime. You just can't detain somebody. But in that incident, I don't think he ever made entry onto the grounds there. He was just walking around. So my point is, if he made entry onto the ground, they could kick him out. They can kick anybody out for any reason. If a store owner don't like the T-shirt you're wearing when you walk in, he can kick you out.
Yep.
If he violates your civil rights, well, that might be a civil issue, but he still has the right to kick you out of the store. Then we get in the explosives, Steve. I'm still waiting for confirmation for, I heard some things, but I'm waiting for it to come out. What kind of explosives did he have? Did he have homemade explosives? And, Steve, I went to a 2-week course on how to make homemade explosives. It's not that hard. You can go up to Home Depot, However, if they're homemade, and they're trying to say that he has no, when they got into his computers, that they have nothing. He would have had to search on a computer, more than likely, unless he got the Anarchist Cookbook. There's books out there you can buy.
Right.
Did they find any of that at the house, to information on how to make homemade explosives and all this stuff? Steve, it's not that hard. And this kid wasn't a stupid kid. Apparently he was pretty intelligent. But my question is, if these were commercial or military-grade explosives, how does he get his hands on that without help? That's a whole different ballgame. And why hasn't anybody FOIA'd the 911 call from the parents? That blows my mind. Did he leave a note? Or I mean, what caused the parents to call and report him missing or suicidal or whatever he was? They reported him. Obviously, they had some concerns. Why? What was the reason? I don't know. There's evidence to suggest that they're covering up something. Like I said, was he being followed by the FBI? Did they know maybe he was up to no good and slipped through the cracks?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're trying to cover up. Who knows? I don't know if we're ever going to find out. But back to the DNC, Steve, the stuff that these people were saying. I mean, they were talking. She was saying if Trump gets back in power, that he's going to lock up journalists. Political opponents. Steve, did he do that in the first 4 years?
No, he did
when
not.
He was elected? Did he lock anybody up?
Hey, he used the term fake news a lot, and he might tell some reporters, you're not coming to this press conference, but he didn't lock anybody up.
But who's locking who up, Steve? This administration, Stephen K. Bannon is a political prisoner right now as we speak. Peter Navarro was just cut loose. I mean, if anybody's locking anybody up, it's this administration. And they're worried about Trump. What they're worried about is that there might be a reckoning coming, Steve. And the difference is they're locking these Trump supporters, not supporters, but, I mean, Peter Navarro and Stephen K. Bannon, they were advisors. They were part of his group there, for the lack of a better word. Had a little brain fart. Steve, they were also locking up his attorneys. In other words, they were letting it be known, you don't want to be a Trump attorney. You better not represent him. You might just find yourself locked up, too. Crazy. Steve, there's been some videos out there of some Democrats attending Trump rallies. Have you seen these?
I have not.
Look, Steve, they are dumbfounded. They interviewed a few of these, and they were like, well, this ain't what we thought it was going to be like. We thought they were all going to be like a bunch of people wearing white robes.
Right.
You know? Literally, they were saying this is totally not what we expected. Everybody was friendly. Everybody was greeting everybody. There was black, white, Asian. We weren't expecting this. We were welcomed with open arms. They are really trying to pull the wool over our eyes. Real quick, I'll get off of here. You were talking about the unrealized gain tax. See, boy, I tell you, a couple months ago.
Several months ago, yeah, you brought that up, and I thought, I didn't think it would come to fruition, but that they are indeed looking to push that.
You own the coin collection, Steve, you're going to pay taxes on that even though you ain't sold it. If you own stocks. If your house is worth so much money, you're going to pay tax on that every year, see? Are you kidding me? They want to tax you on everything you own. They are literally going to tax every American into bankruptcy. Take everything you got.
Well, let's just hope and pray that kind of stuff can be brought up, maybe brought to light, maybe at the debate on September 10? They probably won't get any questions from the moderators in regards to it. I wouldn't think, but maybe Trump can find a way to get maybe Kamala to respond in some way. It's 21 past the hour. Let's try again here. Uber Ed, are you on board?
Hey, Steve. Can you hear me this time?
Yeah, you must have been on mute.
Now, I don't know what happened, but I want to say, Spaceman said he's going to save up to pay for his Rubicon by not smoking.
Yes.
That's how I paid to go on the cruise back in 2005. Cigarettes weren't near as expensive as they are now. So he'll save quite a bit of money.
Yes.
And then also I want to put out to our friend Joe and Sundance and that. The jobs report was there was an 810,000 jobs that weren't actually made. That the only other time was in 2007. There was jobs reported less and they weren't even made. And the common denominator, they both, one was Obama and one was Biden. So they need to check their facts. Republicans have never had that kind of lie.
All right. Well, everything else going out all right out there, Uber Ed, keeping you busy?
Yeah, getting ready to go to Aruba.
Are you?
I know you're getting ready to go on. Yeah, we're leaving the week after you leave. You leave on the night. When do you leave?
The 12th.
Saturday, like the 17th.
Just the 12th. 12th.
Okay,
yeah.
we leave. We leave the 19th.
Gotcha.
Out of Miami. We're going on Carnival Magic.
Magic, okay.
You're going on the Horizon. We're going on the Magic.
We did the Magic a couple times over the years. I really liked that ship. It's a little smaller, but it seemed we felt like the Magic, at least at the time, they really had the best service, the best room stewards. The food seemed to be a lot better. Yeah, we'll see how things are on the horizon, but we loved the Magic.
Yeah. Y'all are going like 3 stops, ain't you?
Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao.
Okay, see, we're going to 4. We're going to Aruba and 2 stops in Dominican Republic, and there's one other stop that we're going to.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to go with y'all, but I was just trying to compare prices because the man from Carnival had called me, and we got like a $500 onboard cruise to go on the Carnival Magic.
Okay.
So.
Well, you'll have a good time, Uber Ed. So yeah, it'll be here before you know it. I can't believe we're almost into September already. Where has the time gone? Let me see. NASA looks like they will be making some, I guess, official announcement coming up this weekend. NASA announcing this past day they will decide this weekend whether or not Boeing's new capsule is safe enough to return the 2 astronauts from the International Space Station that they've been waiting since June. Administrator Bill Nelson and other top officials will meet Saturday, they say. An announcement is expected from Houston once that meeting ends. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, went up there on June 5. Yeah, the test flight that encountered thruster failures, helium leaks that were so serious that they've kept the capsule parked as engineers have been debating what to do. SpaceX could retrieve the astronauts, but that would keep them up there till next February. They were supposed to return like after a week or so at the station. If NASA decides SpaceX is the way to go, Starliner would then return to Earth empty next month in September. Engineers are evaluating a new computer model for the Starliner thrusters and how they might perform as the capsule descends out of orbit for a touchdown in the western U.S. desert. The results, including updated risk analysis, will be the factor in that final decision, according to NASA. Boeing said earlier this month extensive testing of the thrusters in space and on the ground demonstrated the ability to safely return the astronauts. But it was the company's first astronaut flight, delayed by years by a multitude of problems with the capsule. The previous Starliner test flights had nobody on board. So I guess we'll get official word. I bet you Butch and Sonny are anxiously anticipating that announcement from NASA because they will find out. Will you be coming home in September? Or are we going to be stuck out here till February of next year? That's a pretty long wait. A couple minutes before we hit news break, Gilligan on a Friday, the anonymous hippopotamus. Looks like we may haven't heard from Eagle in a few days. Looks like Eagle's on board this Friday morning. Couple of DA of the Week nominees. Hello, Brain Dead. I think he was off the last couple of nights dealing with his weekend. Police in New Jersey looking for a woman who nearly got bit by a tiger at the zoo. As she made a dumbass move, she jumped over a fence and actually stuck her hand in the animal's pen. What? Video posted by the Bridgeton police show the woman nearly get bit by a Bengal tiger after she climbed over a wooden safety fence, then stuck her hand through the tiger's wire enclosure this past Sunday afternoon at the Kahunzik Zoo. Statement said, visitor decided to climb our safety visitor fence, attempting to pet the tiger. Or what we believe was the attempt was to do. The director of public relations and public affairs said, I was horrified. This woman jumped back over the safety fence after the tiger put both paws on the wire enclosure. This was very reckless, very careless. I hope they realize just how lucky they are to still have all their limbs. Apparently, zoo officials said the woman tried to do the same thing at the nearby bear exhibit, but she was stopped by other visitors before she could get over the safety fence. I don't know. Maybe she's got a suicide wish.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has formally accepted the Democratic presidential nomination on the final day of the party's convention in Chicago. The US Vice President promised to be a president for all Americans if she wins in November and took aim at her rival Donald Trump.
Consider his explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
Donald Trump reacted to the speech on social media, questioning why the Democrats haven't already achieved their policy proposals. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Ukraine a month after he visited Russia for talks with President Putin. The trip to Kiev is the first by an Indian leader in 3 decades and comes as the war in Ukraine continues. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Modi says while there he will share his perspective on finding a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine. Calling New Delhi Kyiv's partner and friend, Modi said that India wants peace and stability to return to the region. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, had in July called Modi's trip to Moscow a huge disappointment and a devastating blow to peace efforts. Experts say Narendra Modi is likely to project himself and his country as a peacemaker and offer humanitarian assistance rather than make public condemnations like US President Joe Biden and other Western leaders have done on their visits to Ukraine. Kyiv seems to have acknowledged that the Indian leader will not make the same kind of remarks.
North Korea says the US planned sale of military helicopters to South Korea is a provocative act. It comes as Washington and Seoul hold annual military drills to improve combat readiness. William Denslow reports from Hong Kong.
Earlier this week, the US State Department approved the potential sale of Apache helicopters to South Korea in a deal worth around $3.5 billion. Citing officials, North Korean state media say this is a reckless, provocative act and one that increases the dangers of a new conflict. It adds that North Korea will have to boost its self-defense capabilities. This all comes as South Korea and the United States are conducting military drills over 11 days, and South Korea's president says that it's only military readiness that can prevent Pyongyang from making miscalculations.
Thailand's confirmed its first case of the new, potentially deadlier form of Mpox. Authorities say the infected man arrived in Bangkok from Africa earlier this month. Close contacts of his since he arrived are being monitored. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, what do you say? We get back at it here at 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Gilligan. Are you set for the weekend? Happy Friday.
Thanks, Steve, for having me on. Happy Friday to everybody. Hey, I'll tell you, it's amazing how stupid some people are. It's like that woman sticking her hand in the tiger cage.
Right.
Makes me wonder whether she's related to Sundance, you know. Tell you what, Steve, I had one of them moments in my career I'll probably never forget. Had a situation up here. There was a wreck at the 212-mile marker in Virginia here on 81. Anybody that's familiar with the area, it was just before the pilot exit there in Greenville at 213. I have my own DA award nominee. All right, there's signs for the last 20 miles. Left lane was closed. There was an accident. Well, I got up there, and it's about a 3/4 mile after you come around the little bends where you can see the emergency vehicles up there, the big flashing Indian. I mean, there's wreckers up there. There's the state troopers. There's, you know, I don't know what all. One construction truck with a great big bumper on the back, of course, in the back of all of it. Well, I'm getting past, and This guy's probably doing about 70. I mean, speed limit's 70 up through there. So, you know, he wasn't going at a really excessive speed. It wasn't like he was doing 90 or something. And I'm sitting there watching and watching and watching. He's way out there in front of me. And I'm sitting there in disbelief. I started slowing down. I don't know how much he missed that construction truck by, but it wasn't that much. He just slammed on the brakes and jerked it in the right lane. Almost run into the back of all them people there responding to the accident. I mean, and he had plenty of warning. It was way out there in front of him, all the flashing lights and stuff. It's just amazing how people pay absolutely no attention to what's going on around them. I don't understand it whatsoever. But, well, we'll touch on what Pappy said about racism and, you know, in America. You know, I run into a lot of racists in my life. Most of them, I think about the only ones I know today, or at least in their 70s, are the ones that, the other ones are dead because they've died off. I mean, it isn't, I don't think it's the people our age. I know you're only a couple of years older than I am, and younger, it's much with the racism. We've opened our eyes, but we didn't live through you know, the 60s with the race riots and stuff like that. We was either not born yet or we was we little kids and stuff. You know, I mean, we didn't. I've known people in my own family, and in fact, my stepfather actually wanted to join the Klan at one point. That'll tell you how racist he was. When my father died in '98, I was halfway expecting to find a Klan sheet and hood in the closet. That's how racist he was. You know, and I think that also got me to the point to where I seen this and it's like, why? There no, what the skin color? What the nationality? Sorry about that. Couldn't hold that sneeze in. But you know, I just never could understand racism. But it is what it is. Now, Steve, I gotta ask. I sent you a picture of the party bus. Did you get that?
That's nice. Yeah, that's a quality ride.
Yeah, I like them chrome wheels there. That's what we'd be doing, the shuttling people back and forth to the party. Got a question. Did you get the building permit and the lumber yet?
Now, wait a minute. What are we building?
I told Wright to tell you this. Him and Charlie, I don't know. Charlie's been in the sauce tonight. He's been hitting the cough medicine. They didn't tell you we're going to build you a second-story deck so we can do the wet T-shirt contest on it so everybody can get a good view. And maybe give Scarecrow another place besides the roof to stand with that water blaster in case people get out of hand. Well, you got Lowe's, Home Depot, Menards, or something, credit card? Something we could use
credit card.
Get some lumber.
I got a check here. I don't know. Do they still take checks?
Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, I found out something. The blind man does not have a driver's license, believe it or not. But don't you worry, folks. We got him one printed up, so he'll have a driver's license to drive the school bus. Yep, that 53 International school bus will be driven by the blind man. But don't worry, his CNI dog will keep an eye on things so you don't run into anything. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. You ain't got to worry about Charlie. Last I seen him, he had a bottle of cough medicine in his hand. He was pretty well. He'd been drinking pretty heavily, so
he's
hopefully
lit.
To sober him up by Sunday.
You're getting the party started early this Friday, huh? All right, have a good weekend there, Gilligan. Well, in case you had forgotten, it's almost here. Are you ready? The CVSA's Brake Safety Week starts Sunday, August 25 through the 31st, as Inspectors emphasizing the importance of brake systems on commercial vehicles. Brake-related out-of-service violations as well as data on brake lining and brake pad violations will be reported. These violations can lead the CVSA to order a vehicle out of service until the issues are corrected. Ahead of this year's event, they offered some tips. Inspect visible portions of the brake lining and pads as part of your pre- and post-trip inspections. Look for signs of missing lining, grooves in the drum from rivet contact. Look at the shoe-to-drum clearance. Ensure there's adequate lining on the shoe. Look for any signs of leaks from the hub or other components that may be contaminating the lining pad surface. Ensure there are no missing lining blocks or pads. Obviously, check for visible cracks or voids in the lining block. Check for any exposed rivets or lining blocks that look loose on the shoe. On the disc brakes, pay particular attention to the condition of the rotor, such as heavily rusted rotors across the entire friction surface on either side or any metal-to-metal contact. Note any issues in your driver vehicle inspection reports. Report them to the motor carrier to have those defective linings or pads repaired. Last year, they tell us nearly 90% of commercial vehicles inspected were found to have no brake-related critical violations. Broken brake drums, loose air tanks, corroded holes in a spring brake housing, inoperative tractor protection valves were among the violations that automatically put commercial vehicles out of service. And that was last year's event. CVSA said this is a regulatory compliance initiative, safety awareness, and outreach program. It's all about the safety, It's 17 before the hour. Yes, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So, did I hear your newscast right? Did they say that the vice president on the Democratic side is the most homeliest one since the Jimmy Carter administration was running for office?
What was the term they used? I mean, they were trying to compare him. I mean, like the down home, down to earth, everybody's grandpa kind of guy.
Oh, I thought they said homeliest.
No,
I'm sorry, I misunderstood their language there. And one of the reporters there, it sounds like she's broadcasting from a daycare. She has background noise like she's at a daycare or something there with kids yelling and screaming in the background.
Really?
Yeah, if you kind of listen to it, there's all the background noise there. I was trying to figure out what the noise was because I didn't know if it was something going on outside the truck or something. I actually turned the volume down on the radio and it went away and turned it back up and it came back and realized she had background noise behind her reporting of her story there. Anyways, so yesterday when I got done with my thing there, I had an appointment scheduled with our illustrious motor vehicle department in the state of Maryland because my license was due for renewal, which meant I had to renew my hazmat as well. And figuring that normally you have to take 2 trips to do this because the state of Maryland does the fingerprints. They took out one of the little supply closets and they put a woman with a fingerprint machine in what used to be the supply closet. And so you'd have to go and get your fingerprints done, and then after you got your fingerprints done and they deemed them to be okay, and then you could come back and finish the renewal of your license to take the hazmat endorsement test and do all that. So I get there yesterday and I'm kind of waiting, and they bring me up to the counter, and the gentleman at the counter is like, so I need your license, and he says, you're renewing your hazmat? And I said, yes. And he says, do you have a TWIC? And I said, well, yeah, I have a TWIC. He says, well, if I can see your TWIC, then you don't have to get fingerprints done. And I'm like, really? He's like, yep, it's something new that they started here in the last year or two. And so the TWIC actually covered my fingerprints, and I didn't have to pay a second fee for fingerprints, which completely surprised me that, because normally I had to pay for the fingerprints for the motor vehicle and fingerprints for the TWIC, and I forget if I had to pay them for you have to pay for the passport when you get your passport and all that. But anyways, so it ended up I did that, and then they sent me back, and I took my hazmat exam, and I had, in the process of doing it there, it was a 30-question test, and in the process I skipped 3 questions. It's an electronic screen you do it with, and I skipped 3 questions that they let you go back to, and I got 2 questions wrong. I don't know. I only do one hazmat, so I'll tell you right now, I am not up to date on knowing, all the different classes and categories and what class can be called with which class and which one can be stacked too high or not at all, or, stuff like that. So I've been listening to some of the YouTube test questions on YouTube, questions and answers and that. So it's kind of how I did my practice stuff. And so anyways, I get to like question 28 or 29, and the computer says, "Okay, you passed." I'm like, "Really? I didn't even get to answer all the questions yet, and you're telling me I passed?" But you only have to pass with an 80%, margin. So because I got enough questions right to make the 80%, test ends. Don't have to take any more questions. So it ended up I walked back out and paid for the thing, and now my license renewal is good for 8 years. But I still have to renew the hazmat every 5 years. So I still have to go back, and I don't know what they'll do to update my license in 5 years. I guess we'll find out then. But as far as that goes, we're good for another 5 years there. 8 years to drive and commercial motor vehicles, and 5 years to drag the hazmat around.
Very good.
And there you go. So, what else do we have? We had something else I was going to ask him. I don't remember offhand. So, anyways, now we're Casual Friday today, and as we always like to remind people on Casual Friday, Casual Friday does not mean drive naked. And that's NAKED, right? Naked?
Naked, yeah.
Something like that.
Thank you for the clarification.
Naked, yep. That's right. Good. So, anyways, all right. With that, Your Honor, we'll catch you later there. Maybe possibly in that loneliest hour. And if not, have a good weekend.
Safe travels. And, right back at you. Thank you so much.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
No, I must say, from Oxford, Mississippi, I don't blame them. Not very often do you hear about locals, people wanting to volunteer to help clean up a spill. That's somebody else's job, but in this case, apparently a lot of people are ready to pitch in when a truck overturned, spilling cases of beer. This was in a college town, no less. Yeah, the police were adamant, no, we don't need any help. The police department in Oxford, Mississippi reported a roadway closed after an 18-wheeler lost some of its load Wednesday, spilling cases of beer. In photos shared by the Facebook page for the department, cases of Natural Light, Bud Light, Corona, Mick Ultra, Modelo, all seen covering the street and the sidewalk. And no, you cannot come help clean it up, according to the police. Some of the comments on the Facebook post disagreed. One says, I could get cleaned up faster with some assistance. I'd never turn down free help. Hello. The University of Mississippi, Ole Miss, located in Oxford, students already on campus with move-ins having started back on the 14th. Many in the comments were astonished that there weren't swarms of students coming to the department's rescue there. Frat house could have had that cleaned up before the police even got there, said one. Many others offered their assistance in cleaning up the mess. How about just maybe a few cases in return for good service? Surprise, surprise. Well, it's been a few days since we've heard from Eagle. I guess things been keeping you busy. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. How you doing, Steve? Yeah, man. I've been off on home time. I took a couple of days off. I took a couple of days off. I'm so disgusted I couldn't even call in with these Democrats, man. I couldn't even watch none of the television, Steve. It's totally disgusting what's going on. It's really hard to believe, Steve. Man, like I said, I told you this about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It hurts me to say that about American people, but American people are not very smart, Steve. It's really sad. Here's what pisses me off about the whole deal, Steve. I listened to Donald Trump today. Donald Trump was in Arizona today, in Arizona at the border, talking to the Border Patrol people. And you already know, as you already know, Kamala Harris nor Joe Biden has been nowhere close to the damn border in the 4 years they've been in the White. But here's the sad part about the whole deal, Steve. What makes it even worse is that in none of the things that Kamala is talking about, have you heard her say anything if she's elected, have you heard her say anything about shutting down the border and trying to stop these people from coming in, these illegals coming in, the terrorists coming in? Have you heard her say anything in her so-called speeches in the last couple of days?
Well,
maybe I missed something. Did she say anything about that?
In her acceptance speech here this evening, yes, she did allude to secure borders and the rule of law and all these things that, for whatever reason, they're not doing right now when they're in charge. So I don't know what magically changes come January if she gets elected that she can't do or she and Joe can't do right now.
Oh, that's what Donald Trump said last week, Steve. He's saying, what's stopping you from doing it now? Why you got to wait until you get elected into the White House? Reason why she has to wait until she's elected because she's not going to do it. It was really sad, Steve. Donald Trump, he had about 4 or 5 families with him at the border of these women that have been killed by illegals, and they even had the mother of the girl that was killed in Houston, Texas, right where I told you where I grew up at, the same area, the same street that I grew up on, the 12-year-old girl that got killed a couple of months ago in Houston, Texas. Her mother is totally devastated about her daughter's death, a girl that was raped by these 2 monsters. And one of these guys even had an ankle monitor on him, Steve. He wasn't even supposed to be on the loose to begin with. I think they had only been in the country about a month or something before they took this young girl's life. It's really disgusting what we got going on right now, Steve. And, you know, I just happened to get a glimpse. And, you know, these people are talking about, you know, I seen it when Joe Biden was talking on Monday night, and these people, Nancy Pelosi's and the Clintons and the Obamas, these people had the nerve was saying, "Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe, for a good job. Thank you for what? For what has he done good, Steve, in 4 years, Joe Biden?" The Democrats have stooped to all-time lows, including Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. These two guys are the biggest race baiters in the history of politics. They want to talk about Trump. They want to talk about Trump being a racist, Steve. Donald Trump is nothing compared to the Obamas and what these individuals have to say. I heard one comment about Michelle Obama, and that comment that she made is as racist as you can get when she was pointing the dead at Donald Trump. You know, because Donald Trump had been talking about these illegal people when they're coming in, they're taking jobs away from blacks and Hispanics, and she said, "I got bad news for you, Donald Trump. That job that you trying to get back into, that's a black job." You know that you don't get no lower than that, Steve, to say something like that. To say that the president's job is a black job. You know, there was no need for her to even say that. But like I say, these are the type of people that you're dealing with.
Yeah,
but yet they.
Right. Hey, Eagle, we got a pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has formally accepted the Democratic presidential nomination on the final day of the party's convention in Chicago. The US Vice President promised to be a president for all Americans if she wins in November and took aim at her rival Donald Trump.
Consider his explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
Donald Trump reacted to the speech on social media questioning why the Democrats haven't already achieved their policy proposals. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Ukraine a month after he visited Russia for talks with President Putin. The trip to Kiev is the first by an Indian leader in 3 decades and comes as the war in Ukraine continues. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Modi says while there he will share his perspective on finding a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine. Calling New Delhi Kyiv's partner and friend, Modi said that India wants peace and stability to return to the region. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, had in July called Modi's trip to Moscow a huge disappointment and a devastating blow to peace efforts. Experts say Narendra Modi is likely to project himself and his country as a peacemaker and offer humanitarian assistance rather than make public condemnations like US President Joe Biden and other Western leaders have done on their visits to Ukraine. Kyiv seems to have acknowledged that the Indian leader will not make the same kind of remarks.
North Korea says the US planned sale of military helicopters to South Korea is a provocative act. It comes as Washington and Seoul hold annual military drills to improve combat readiness. William Denslow reports from Hong Kong.
Earlier this week, the US State Department approved the potential sale of Apache helicopters to South Korea in a deal worth around $3.5 billion. Citing officials, North Korean state media say this is a reckless, provocative act and one that increases the dangers of a new conflict. It adds that North Korea will have to boost its self-defense capabilities. This all comes as South Korea and the United States are conducting military drills over 11 days, and South Korea's president says that it's only military readiness that can prevent Pyongyang from making miscalculations.
Thailand's confirmed its first case of the new, potentially deadlier form of Mpox. Authorities say the infected man arrived in Bangkok from Africa earlier this month. Close contacts of his since he arrived are being monitored. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. With more on Narendra Modi's visit to Ukraine now, Shruti Pandalai is a New Delhi-based strategic affairs expert. She says that India's historic ties to Moscow put New Delhi in a unique position when it comes to talks in Kiev, with access to both Ukraine and Russia.
One, of course, we have to show the world that, we follow our own path when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and how incrementally India has always stood on the path of dialogue. That's one. And two is the interest in maintaining credibility in Europe. I think that's what you're seeing in a post-Ukraine sort of crisis, that Europe should still consider India to be a credible actor.
Donald Trump visited the US southern border just before Kamala Harris's DNC speech in an attempt to keep public attention on the country's migration situation. Immigration is a key issue in the upcoming presidential election in the United States, and the Republican nominee has been working hard to highlight what he says are failed Democrat border policies. Sally Patterson reports.
Standing at the US southern border in Arizona, Donald Trump told reporters Kamala Harris, if elected as president, would take down the wall he'd partially built to keep migrants out. The former president and his running mate, J.D. Vance, have repeatedly tried to paint the vice president and Democratic presidential nominee as a failed border star. On Thursday, Trump was joined by the families of people killed by undocumented migrants who are pushing for more stringent border controls. But Harris has consistently defended her record, saying as a prosecutor, she went after transnational gangs, drug cartels and human traffickers that entered the country illegally. It's a hugely divisive issue here in the US, and one that could help determine the outcome of November's election.
That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Simon & Simon solve the case in mods and semis. Another of Polling's royal families wins one for their trophy case. All this as part of a record-breaking Bowling Green. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Despite the disheartening weather forecast, the 57th National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio was able to bring 23 of 26 classes to their conclusions and award all 13 of its championship rings. Also crowned were the first 3 NTPA Grand National Champions of 2024. Let's have a look back at this incomparable 3-day stretch of NTPA Championship pulling. In light superstock, Josh Blackburn piloted Chris Meintz's hole shot to a win in the tractor's first NTPA national appearance. Wellington and Canton remain on the division schedule. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, Colin Ross and Triple Bypass won their 9th and 10th in a sweep, but it took a shovel to clean up some internals after Saturday's destructive pass. In Superstock Open, 6 tractors arrived with a realistic chance at the title. The extremely armed and dangerous of Terry Blackburn got it done for his 5th such accolade in the Opens. But 23 champ Zane Daly and Rutten Deer 2 got the walk-off winner Saturday, and John Strickland's Galat 2 was dominant Friday and claimed the jewelry. In High Torque Super Farm, Brooke Ferris won his 3rd straight BG ring with Absolutely Nuts. Ferris won on Friday and had already clinched the event championship when rain stopped the show on Saturday. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, Brian Schramek won his 1st ring since 2012 with Son Braden's Youngblood on the strength of a 1st and a 6th. Chance McGrath and his Last Chance 2 won Saturday, and Brent Myers lead with injected funds over Julia Ray's Mac Daddy Shrank with 5 hooks to go. In CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive, Mason Theobald won his storied family's first ever BG ring with Wicked. The McDonald-Richardson partnership on Suffering Sanity now holds the division lead, heading to the Canton closeout. In 4-wheel drive, of the 32 rings thus far awarded, Jim and Paul Holman have won 10. Their foreplay was second to Mason Brisendine's Cut Loose on Thursday and won it all on Saturday. Meanwhile, Mark Mangan's advantage with the Outlaw has swelled to an insurmountable 30 points, and he'll earn his 2nd title in Wauseon. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Todd Dugan's Angry Shine will have a gemstone to polish after a 5th to Cody Hastings Against the Grain and a 2nd to Jonathan Waskub's Coal Mine Express. They'll settle it all on Sandwich's Thursday truck night. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, the drivers wanted Peterbilt of R.J. Simon overcame a 5-point deficit to Brian Elthorpe's 2-time champ Nicky's Nightmare to win his 1st truck title and earn a sweep for the ring. In Modified Mini, Ken Vini drew ever closer to Brian McDonald's Very Little Sanity with double wins aboard Fun Little Farmall. They'll finish it off across 2 One-Hook Friday events in Wellington and Wauseon. In GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modified, rookie Johnny Payne piloted Limitless to a 2nd and a 1st for the best weekend average and the ring to go with it. But R.J. Simon won the war with Simon Says for his 1st Modified division title. In Modified, RJ's brother Brandon got his own sweep with a 4-engine edition of Simon Says. With that, the defending champ trimmed several points off the margin of season-long leader Bill Leichner's Dirt Slinger. And in Unlimited, after Joe Ader dominated the Thursday opener, he had to park his Emax for repairs. That swung the door wide open for Ricky Rose and Giddy Up to get a Saturday night win and Rose's 2nd overall ring. Ader's scratch also let Adam Bowers cross-threaded back into the race with only Wellington remaining. Speaking of which, here comes the Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fair in Wellington, Ohio on August 23rd. Full Pole.live for the cast in an early 6 p.m. start. Before then, it's Greenville, Ohio on Tuesday and Hicksville, Ohio on Thursday in Region 2, and afterward it's Wyowega, Wisconsin on Saturday in Terramax Region 3. NTPAPULL.com for all you need to know. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Now we're all up to speed, thanks to Mr. Dunlap there. And welcome into a Friday for our friends on the West Coast as we cross over the midnight hour. 12:09 on the West Coast, 3:10 a.m. on the East Coast. As we head Heading down the home stretch, September just around the corner. And forecasters, they're still telling us it's going to be a hyperactive season, and the latest update this past day says get ready. As September rolls in, we're looking for a dramatic increase in activity. Starting here in just a few days, we'll give you more on what they had to say this past day coming up. But first, we get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. We left off with Eagle there talking about the DNC.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate you putting me. And let me ask you something right quick, Steve. I think I overheard something earlier today. Maybe you know. I think I heard Donald Trump or somebody say, I don't know if it's true or not. Did the Supreme Court, did they rule that that these illegal people couldn't vote in this year's election? Have you heard anything about that? I think I could have swore I heard Donald Trump say that. Is that true, or you haven't heard anything about that?
That was, I believe you're referencing, it was a ruling in the state of Arizona. So at least in Arizona, that was, I don't know what they call it, a partial victory, and to enforce proof of citizenship to vote in Arizona. So not on a federal level, but in that state, which that is one of the big time battleground states.
Oh, okay. I thought he meant national. I thought he meant all 50 states. They had made it. When you say just Arizona, okay. Well, Arizona was one of the states that they had problems with in the last election. So yeah, they definitely need to solve that problem with Arizona. You need to win that state, Arizona. A lot of cheating that goes on in Arizona, as you know. But yeah, Steve. Okay, like I was telling you about the families. These people. 4 or 5 people that he had in Arizona that were talking about the death of these individuals through these people that's coming to the U.S. illegally. Which, and like I told you, Steve, the sad part about the whole deal is that the border is still open as we speak. As we speak right now, there's somebody else walking into the United States illegally. No telling who this person is. And Joe Biden, I don't know what you call him. I don't know what he is, but he damn sure ain't no president. You make up any kind of name you want to make up, but his job, his name, he ain't no president. I can tell you that right now. I don't know what you want to call him. He damn sure ain't no president. So let's move on to this situation, Steve. Okay, Donald Trump, he also said today he was told by the Border Patrol that he had a death threat. Mm-hmm. He had a death threat on his life. Some idiot, from what I've seen on my phone earlier tonight, this guy's been arrested. But somebody had made a threat on his life in Arizona, telling him not to show up in Arizona or something might happen. Apparently, luckily, nothing happened, but this loser has been arrested. But you know something, Steve? I noticed, I watched his rally the other day when he was in North Carolina, and now Donald Trump has this bulletproof glass surrounding the stage and the outdoor venues. I noticed that. It's really a damn shame, Steve, that we've come to that in America, to where a man that's actually trying to make America great again has to actually stand behind a bulletproof glass and to do a speech or to talk in front of a rally. That's how many low-life scumbags we have in America now. And a lot of it goes right back to the rhetoric that the Democrats are talking, Steve. If you listen to these people, like I say, I couldn't even stomach to listen to the convention, but I just heard bits and pieces. And you would think Donald Trump was Adolf Hitler, twin brother. The way they make Trump out to be, that he's going to be a dictator. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. Here's what these people don't realize, Steve. If Donald Trump was going to do it, he would have done it the first time he was in the White House. But see, these people are too stupid to figure that out too. If Donald Trump wanted to be a Hitler or a dictator, he had an opportunity to do that. He had an opportunity to do that 4 years ago. But you still got these Democrats talking this rhetoric, and this is what makes people want to do violent things when they hear this stuff day after day after day about Donald Trump wanting to be a dictator, him doing this and him doing that. So now you got these so-called unidentified people that want to take a hit on Trump, and now he has to resort to standing behind bulletproof glass to do a show. It's really bad, Steve. I never thought things would get this bad in America. You know, we down to the last 2 months, and you know, I'm really scared right now, Steve. I really thought, you know, the American people had enough of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden with these high food prices, gas prices, and the border being open. I really thought that American people would say, hey, we got to get these people out of the White House. But you know something, Steve, I as much as I hate to say this tonight, I actually believe that Kamala has an opportunity to get into the White House, and that's really a damn shame, Steve. There is no reason for Kamala Harris to go into the White House as president of America. She has done absolutely nothing as the vice president. And you know something, Steve, just like Trump keeps saying, Kamala Harris has not got one vote to put her for the nomination. This bogus nomination that she had tonight was not even earned. This was a stolen, like Trump said, this was a coup. They basically kicked Joe Biden in the rear to get the hell out of here. You don't have a chance of beating Donald Trump. We putting somebody in who we think can get a chance. Kamala Harris hasn't received not one damn vote from one Democrat, Steve, and yet she's the nominee for the Democrats. If you don't call that a banana republic, I don't know what you call it when you install somebody into a position that they don't deserve. The Democrats have stooped to all-time lows, Steve, in what they've done with Kamala Harris. Like I told you before, Steve, the sad part about it is that people are actually going to vote for her. I never thought I would say this 6 months ago. You wouldn't have never heard me say that Kamala Harris could be the next president of America. But as much as I hate to say it, Steve, American people have really disappointed me over the last 4 years. And like I said, he disappointed me in 2020, and it looked like I might get disappointed again in 24. And that's a damn shame. Anybody who votes for Kamala Harris ought to be ashamed of themselves, Steve. There's no reason to vote for that woman. She's the worst vice president in the history of this country, and she'll go down as the worst president in the history of this.
And they'll do it, and they'll be proud. They'll be proud when they do. That's the reality we live in, and it's not something new. The divided, split right down the middle, and it's the handful of the independent, or what they call the moderates. Those are the ones that will ultimately make that decision. Kamala's going to get her whatever. If you believe Joe had 81 million, whatever the numbers, if they all turn out, Trump will get his 70+ million that turned out. And the independents are going to be the one that ultimately determine which way things will fall. Meanwhile, a surge in hurricanes and tropical storms will be shattering the silence across the Atlantic. As we're less than 3 weeks before the peak of hurricane season, we've had a lot of dry, dusty air, keeping activity across the Atlantic at bay through most of August. Debbie and Ernesto being the two exceptions there. But we're now looking at, they tell us, a major shift in the weather pattern that will blow the doors wide open for a frenzy of tropical activity. AccuWeather's lead hurricane expert says, I think things could get very active, potentially very quickly here soon, as that dry air goes away. We could see a parade of storms. This dramatic increase will start at the end of August and then persist through September. They're telling us 6 to 10 tropical systems are predicted for the month of September alone. That's similar to the pace of the record-breaking 2020 hurricane season, which indeed had 10 September storms. There's a possibility we could see multiple tropical systems and hurricanes in the Atlantic basin at the same time. The peak of hurricane season in the Atlantic is technically September 10. An abundance of warm water is there to fuel tropical storms and hurricanes as we head toward fall. We're basically at a record-breaking sea surface temperature right now. Not only, they say, will October remain busy, but there could be some 1 to 3 more storms all the way into November, they're predicting. Now, I said I'm very concerned about the Texas coast, Florida, and the Carolinas. At an elevated risk of landfalling tropical storms are hurricanes. Of course, the danger will extend far beyond where the storm makes landfall. Beryl, slamming into Texas as a Category 1, but went on to become a prolific tornado-producing storm as it tracked over the eastern U.S., ultimately triggering big-time flooding all the way up in Vermont. Yes, several days after and more than 1,000 miles away from where that storm made landfall. They've got areas highlighted along the U.S. coast where forecasters have highlighted an increased risk of landfall for the remainder of this season. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, real quick, on the what has been described as the trucking freight recession. According to the latest from the Trucker this past day, there is some encouraging news on the freight front. For the trucking industry, the freight recession's been quite the concern. The Motive Monthly Economic Report for August from the head of Strategic Analytics anticipates the truck market will see positive growth by the end of November. After nearly 2 years of contraction, as we know, at long last, they say, the supply and demand balance that the industry needs to begin the positive side of the freight cycle seems to be in sight. The Motive report, citing strong consumer spending and increased freight demand as two major reasons for the improvement. Back in June, they reported their Big Box Index, which tracks visits to the warehouses of the top 50 U.S. retailers. It had risen 10.8% since May and was up 16% compared with last year's index. All the data from July sales, such as Amazon Prime Day, hasn't come in yet, but is expected to push sales into record territory. More good news is that retailers are expanding inventories in anticipation of a strong holiday shopping season. Visits to grocery and superstore warehouses have risen above the 2021 levels, with department store, apparel, and electronics warehouse visits running 30% higher than just last year, according to the report. We need some positive news for the trucking industry. Indeed. Inbred Redneck, happy Friday.
Well, good. Oh, it's a great Friday to be alive, ain't it, buddy? I'll tell you what now. I don't know what is going on in your neck of the neighborhood and the world and all that, buddy, but I'll tell you what, it's getting plumb cold up here on top of this mountain. Buddy, this week it's been down in the 40s, and tonight it's in the 50s. Yeah. And I heard you still had your pool open, buddy. Earlier this week, I got the hot tub going, so, yep. It's that time of year out there, you know, frolicking around, out in the wilderness. Redneck girls and I are running around without bathing suits. Now, ain't that just a happy thought?
That's a very pleasant thing.
Yeah. Yes, buddy. But I'm hearing a lot of fear out there, buddy. A lot of people worried about what's going to go on, ain't they, buddy? They're worried. They see the anointed Kamala Harris up there. You know. Now, to me, I believe old Kennedy'd have a good case of saying there was some election tampering there because, you know, he originally started out as wanting to be a Democrat candidate, and the Democrats pretty much told him, go away, shut up, and leave us alone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know the feller swallowed a kazoo or something there, buddy. But, I mean, we can't be putting down people because of their fiscal deviations from the norm or liabilities or whatever you'd want to call it, you know. But I know everybody out there is waiting, you know, just for some new policy announcement from the Inbred Redneck. Steve, you know, we talked one night about, you know, feeding the homeless in America. You know, why not take some of these wastelands we got out here, you know, the median strips of the highway, convert them into farm land here and have these people some food, you know. We got all kinds of homeless. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah. Well, hold that thought, Redneck.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has formally accepted the Democratic presidential nomination on the final day of the party's convention in Chicago. The US Vice President promised to be a president for all Americans if she wins in November and took aim at her rival Donald Trump.
Consider his explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
Donald Trump reacted to the speech on social media, questioning why the Democrats haven't already achieved their policy proposals. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Ukraine a month after he visited Russia for talks with President Putin. The trip to Kiev is the first by an Indian leader in 3 decades and comes as the war in Ukraine continues. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Modi says while there he will share his perspective on finding a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine. Calling New Delhi Kyiv's partner and friend, Modi said that India wants peace and stability to return to the region. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, had in July called Modi's trip to Moscow a huge disappointment and a devastating blow to peace efforts. Experts say Narendra Modi is likely to project himself and his country as a peacemaker and offer humanitarian assistance rather than make public condemnations like US President Joe Biden and other Western leaders have done on their visits to Ukraine. Kyiv seems to have acknowledged that the Indian leader will not make the same kind of remarks.
North Korea says the US planned sale of military helicopters to South Korea is a provocative act. It comes as Washington and Seoul hold annual military drills to improve combat readiness. William Denslow reports from Hong Kong.
Earlier this week, the US State Department approved the potential sale of Apache helicopters to South Korea in a deal worth around $3.5 billion. Citing officials, North Korean state media say this is a reckless, provocative act and one that increases the dangers of a new conflict. It adds that North Korea will have to boost its self-defense capabilities. This all comes as South Korea and the United States are conducting military drills over 11 days, and South Korea's president says that it's only military readiness that can prevent Pyongyang from making miscalculations.
Thailand's confirmed its first case of the new, potentially deadlier form of Mpox. Authorities say the infected man arrived in Bangkok from Africa earlier this month. Close contacts of his since he arrived are being monitored. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I've got an answer to Eagle's question in regards to the U.S. Supreme Court this past day. It's the state of Arizona granted a Republican request to partially reinstate an Arizona law demanding proof of citizenship for voter registration. In a 5-4 ruling, justices reinstated part of a 2022 law that rejected such forms if the voter did not provide proof of citizenship. Now, the law's full revival would have excluded more than 41,000 people from voting in November's election between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. The administration of Joe Biden, who won Arizona in 2020 by just over 10,000 votes, had sued to stop the law. Thursday's ruling reviving the part of the Arizona law that requires residents to provide proof of American citizenship to register as voters in the state. It rejected, however, the law's provision to mandate that voters who used a separate federal registration form should submit such documentation. Chairman of the Republican National Committee said this is a major victory for election integrity. Our elections must be decided by American citizens. Now, this is expected to have little impact, they say, on the looming general election, as it does not affect any Arizonan already registered to vote. The law was enacted March of 22 by the then Republican governor, Doug Ducey, to balance what he said was voting accessibility with election security. Now, the Biden administration sued to revoke this in July of that same year, arguing that it was superseded by a 1993 federal law called the National Voter Registration Act. So back and forth they had gone. I guess they had a 3-judge panel in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that declined to halt a Phoenix-based U.S. District Judge ruling. All right, so the Supreme Court has had the say. Final word, right? Back to the inbred redneck, and I believe we were talking major policy announcements.
Yes, buddy. Yes, just by, planting the medians of the highways with crops and farming it out, buddy. I mean, just think about it. What happens to all that grass they cut in them median strips and stuff, buddy? What if they bailed them up and gave it to the farmers in America? We got the best farmers in the world. Now, they can do something good with that stuff, buddy. I mean, just think we planted grain in there. They can do some good stuff in there. We can have the best poultry and pork and beef in the world, buddy. And plus, there is a humanitarian crisis going on at the border, buddy. And I'm not talking about that southern border. I'm talking about that northern border. A lot of people don't understand, and they don't know that the poor children of Labrador and Newfoundland are starving to death right now because of that tyrant, Justin Trudeau, up there. Buddy, we've got to give them some aid. We got to plant these median strips right now. I mean, even if it's over the winter, and all we get is carrots. And we got to send it to the Canadians, and that's what we'll do, buddy. But people have got to wake up and see what's going on. Daggone, buddy, like I've said many times, a vote for me is a vote for chicken in every pot. But there's also gravy for every potato when you hop on for the big win. When you hop in and vote for the inbred redneck this year. Only you can affect change. And the way the American people are, Steve, they have no choice. The way I see it, them polls are keeping me down. They're keeping me away from the debate stage, buddy. They don't want to mess with me.
Yeah, you and RFK
you know
both.
That. I mean,
now if you were presented an offer to maybe be a part of the Trump administration, which we may find out today that may be the case with RFK, would you be what would you be willing? What kind of a position would you be willing to hold?
Well, Steve, I mean, redneck relations, like we need that.
Yes.
The people, the redneck people feel like they're being left out, buddy. all kinds of good stuff. You know, Steve, I could be a part of the daggone helping out the Surgeon General, you know.
Oh, boy.
There's a lot of mental health issues out there, buddy. You know, I could help people with that. You know, my plan is, you know, we could just take and think of all these single women out here roaming around, buddy. Out here feeling like there's no hope for tomorrow. Them and their children. The way I look at it, Steve, one night on the farm, you see one of those single mothers up there, one night in the hot tub and some good words of wisdom from the inbred redneck. Buddy, I think I could send those girls on the path for success, buddy. You know what I'm saying, buddy? I'm here to help.
Sounds like a plan. I mean, the inbred redneck. Keep those donations coming in, right? On a more serious note, I don't know what time this is going to be. It's gonna RFK at some point today is supposed to make some sort of a major announcement. The speculation has been dropping out of the race and endorsing Donald Trump. That would be pretty big. He's been polling 4 or 5%. Now that would take votes. Yeah, that 4 or 5%. Would more of those votes be coming from possible Trump voters or now Harris voters? That's a question I think most of us do not know the answer to. But discussions this past day where they say Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as maybe the Health and Human Services Secretary? According to NBC News, he would probably dismantle the 13 agencies that they oversee and rebuild them with like-minded people and stop the National Institutes of Health from studying infectious diseases and instead study chronic diseases. But, word is Kennedy planning to end his independent campaign and reportedly endorse former President Trump. He's made those statements in the past about the Health and Human Services, an agency that he's gunning to lead. Trump's previously suggested Kennedy would do an incredible job in that role. Later told CNN he would probably appoint Kennedy Jr. to some role in his administration if he wins. I didn't know he was thinking about getting out, but if he's thinking about getting out, certainly I would be open to that, says Trump. J.D. Vance on Wednesday emphasized there is no deal offering a role for Kennedy in a future administration to secure his backing. I know the president's been working hard for that, but it's totally separate from whether RFK gets a cabinet position. Speaking about the prospect of an actual endorsement. It'd be interesting to find that out. RFK and Trump both in Arizona today. I guess their planned speeches or whatever are about 20 miles apart. So they'll be real close together. We'll see where that goes. Scarecrow on a Friday. Casual Friday.
Oh, well, we swing both ways on a Friday there, Steve. There is a positive side to me on Fridays. Megyn Kelly, she had Tucker Carlson on yesterday, and they were talking exactly about that Kennedy-Trump, combination there. And he wouldn't say that he's kind of a go-between, but he said he was not in it to actually try to pressure anybody or convince anybody. But I guess I was left with the impression that it probably will be a sure thing, that they will team up. He has some Kennedy, he has some pretty strong feelings on the medical well-being of individuals and such, and kind of getting away from the drug side of things. And but regardless, yeah, I too, I'm really looking forward to hearing what becomes of this. The assumption is that they're gonna, announce something, but then again, Kennedy, he has not, or he's refused to say anything, to this point
officially.
So yeah, that will certainly be a headliner for certain there. Steve, listening to Inbred Redneck there, have you seen him? I have this picture now. He's up on this mountain where it's cold and snow, and does he have a long flowing white beard and maybe wears a long white robe? Any idea?
Kind of like Gandalf. Looks like Gandalf in Lord of the Rings.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the image that he painted initially, but then he talked about peeling that robe off, and oh, my eyes, they just, I don't know where I don't dare go any farther with this one, but you got that image now embedded in your mind for the weekend too. So, what is new in our world here? Oh, it was yesterday. Well, I guess thinking about Chameleon there. I'm sorry, Kamala. We're not in the name calling business, are we?
Correct.
Even though she's two-faced as they come. Now it sounds like she's a sure thing, Steve. She's promising the country is going to be united like we haven't seen since 9/11. So, boy, that sounds pretty convincing here. I'm not going to commit to her yet, but boy, that sounds impressive there. Steve, I received any of you going up to the Minnesota State Fair in the next couple of weeks here? There's going to be a display by the Minnesota mining industry and U.S. Steel and Komatsu. Now, I got three pictures yesterday from my brother, Steve, and they were pictures of an oversized load. It was a semi-load. It was a bucket from a open mining shovel. The industry refers it as a dipper, but commoners like us would call it the bucket. Well, either way, that is going to be on display up there. Well, I was intrigued with it, so I sent the pictures, to my boys. And our youngest, Josh, there, he says, "Well, Dad, that's mine." And yeah, actually, it's a Komatsu dipper that he had a big part in designing. It was his first mining project, about 8 or 10 years ago when he joined the company. And yeah, he said, that's our small one though. That's only a 41 cubic yard bucket there. So if anybody happens to be up there, that's our son had a big part in designing that item. He works engineer with Komatsu there, but yeah, the displacement of the bucket, Steve, is an important number because mining trucks are designed to work in unison with the shovel size, and that it's an industry standard that 3 passes from the shovel equates to the load for that truck. So as they say, this is the smallest of the buckets that they offer, and so you can get an idea of the size of the truck it would be paired with.
So it'd be a monster.
They did mention.
It says it's going to haul 12 to 15 million tons of ore before it's realigned and rebuilt. That's a lot.
Oh yeah, that's they're a high dollar machine. They've got to be productive, and it'll be. He said it'll be moved. He's pretty sure it's going to Las Vegas. There's a mining and industry show coming up out there. I believe he said it's the largest in the world. So he's hoping that the company will send him there to kind of represent and see and do, and I think that'd be pretty cool to witness myself.
Mm-hmm.
But and then moving on here, what else is new here? We'll just go to the casual side here. Maybe the serious side will come on back here. I did dig out the Super Soakers, Steve.
I saw that.
We talked about this
for the big party. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, since I'd been penciled in for crowd control, and Gilligan was going to plant me up on the roof of your house, apparently. Well, so I thought we better get on this. So I took them out and dusted them off, and the only downside is I tried pumping them up, and those 30-year-old O-rings that used to be in it, they're pretty much disintegrated. So we got to work on that a little bit. But now, given there's two of them, Steve, I sent the invitation to one of our listeners down in Harrison there. Figured he'd be a natural for crowd control, and now given that we're going to be where you're having that swimsuit contest there too, he can pitch right in. It'd fall right in his interest in that, getting the ice water for the Super Soakers in action prior to Blind Man doing the judging in this swimsuit contest. But I haven't heard back from him. He has not committed to that yet, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. Let's see, this is Friday. Tuesday, when I stopped in to see my mom at the assisted living center for our morning coffee, she said, "You got to take me to the clinic." Well, it doesn't work quite that way, Mom. So I give the clinic a call. No, they were booked up for the day, but so we got in Wednesday forenoon, which was fine. And the assistant, that I spoke with, she said, "Well, it's not your mom's normal doctor, regular doctor, but the one that she gave me said, well, she's going to be, your mom will like her well. A real nice girl." And okay, yeah, sounds good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Steve, Mom, she had a good time with her. A real nice girl, a good bedside manner. And for yours truly, Steve, my thoughts are, I wonder if she does DOTs. Yeah, it's not your typical doctor there, Steve. But Steve, this is not the first time this has happened. I got to keep close ties with my mom and the medical community, because this was a couple of years back now, but I had her in. And the doctor, Steve, she was just gorgeous. Even wearing her glasses, I couldn't decide what I can convince her to take the glasses off. Her eyes are just, amazing. And this is to the point, Steve, after I took Mom, well, she was still at home then, but we sat down for coffee, and I asked her, "Mom, did you notice the eyes on that doctor?" And she said, she even admitted, 98 years old at the time, she said, they were amazing, weren't they? So, yeah, we got to keep this medical thing going here.
You got to find a way. You got to find a way to get sick, right? How can I find my way back into the clinic? All right, Scarecrow, Casual Friday. Have a great weekend. Thanks for being a part of the show. All right, looks like the governor signed a new California law aimed at simplifying the prosecution of break-ins for passenger and commercial vehicles. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association supporting the legislation to enhance penalties or at least deter criminals from targeting truck drivers and or their trucks. California statute has defined the crime of burglary to include entering a vehicle when the doors are locked with the intent to commit grand or petty larceny or a felony. In order to convict a suspect of vehicle burglary, prosecutors have had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the car or truck was locked. That rule included a requirement that vehicles physically come to court to testify that the vehicle was locked. These folks have been getting off scot-free based on this, right? Now, they said the requirement to prove the vehicle door was locked is, you think, an obstacle to bringing burglars to justice when prosecutors try a vehicle burglary case. Governor Newsom signing into law a bill that's described as closing the locked door loophole when it comes to prosecuting cases involving vehicle break-ins. The loophole amounts to a senseless barrier to holding the burglars accountable. This new law, this is a big step for accountability on auto burglary. All right, so no longer having to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the door is locked. Forcible entry of a car or truck would be sufficient now to prove the crime. The crime could be charged as either a misdemeanor or a felony. It also covers concerns about organized resale of goods stolen from vehicles. You could be prosecuted for possessing more than $950 of stolen goods intended for resale, whether the goods were stolen in one or multiple incidents, and whether the individual played the role of the actual thief, middleman, or just the seller. But notice they still have that $950 stipulation. So you can, I guess you could still steal $850 or $949 worth of goods and only be charged with a misdemeanor. That is beyond understandable to me. All right. Of course, not everybody's happy with this. Critics are raising concerns that creating a new term of incarceration could result in increased prison terms. Anyway, new law takes effect January 1. Well, if you're going to prison, you won't be out there committing the crimes. And that's why they're out there doing it as they are today. They only get the misdemeanor charge in most cases. Slap on the wrist, or they're out breaking into cars 24 hours later. Final hour coming up. All right, we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. If you'd like to jump on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-2500. TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has formally accepted the Democratic presidential nomination on the final day of the party's convention in Chicago. The US Vice President promised to be a president for all Americans if she wins in November and took aim at her rival Donald Trump.
Consider his explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
Donald Trump reacted to the speech on social media, questioning why the Democrats haven't already achieved their policy proposals. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Ukraine a month after he visited Russia for talks with President Putin. The trip to Kiev is the first by an Indian leader in 3 decades and comes as the war in Ukraine continues. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Modi says while there he will share his perspective on finding a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine. Calling New Delhi Kyiv's partner and friend, Modi said that India wants peace and stability to return to the region. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, had in July called Modi's trip to Moscow a huge disappointment and a devastating blow to peace efforts. Experts say Narendra Modi is likely to project himself and his country as a peacemaker and offer humanitarian assistance rather than make public condemnations like US President Joe Biden and other Western leaders have done on their visits to Ukraine. Kyiv seems to have acknowledged that the Indian leader will not make the same kind of remarks.
North Korea says the US planned sale of military helicopters to South Korea is a provocative act. It comes as Washington and Seoul hold annual military drills to improve combat readiness. William Denslow reports from Hong Kong.
Earlier this week, the US State Department approved the potential sale of Apache helicopters to South Korea in a deal worth around $3.5 billion. Citing officials, North Korean state media say this is a reckless, provocative act and one that increases the dangers of a new conflict. It adds that North Korea will have to boost its self-defense capabilities. This all comes as South Korea and the United States are conducting military drills over 11 days, and South Korea's president says that it's only military readiness that can prevent Pyongyang from making miscalculations.
Thailand's confirmed its first case of the new, potentially deadlier form of Mpox. Authorities say the infected man arrived in Bangkok from Africa earlier this month. Close contacts of his since he arrived are being monitored. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. With more on Narendra Modi's visit to Ukraine now, Shruti Pandalai is a New Delhi-based strategic affairs expert. She says that India's historic ties to Moscow put New Delhi in a unique position when it comes to talks in Kiev, with access to both Ukraine and Russia.
One, of course, we have to show the world that, we follow our own path when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and how incrementally India has always stood on the path of dialogue. That's one. And two is the interest in maintaining credibility in Europe. I think that's what you're seeing in a post-Ukraine sort of crisis, that Europe should still consider India to be a credible actor.
Donald Trump visited the US southern border just before Kamala Harris's DNC speech in an attempt to keep public attention on the country's migration situation. Immigration is a key issue in the upcoming presidential election in the United States, and the Republican nominee's been working hard to highlight what he says are failed Democrat border policies. Sally Patterson reports.
Standing at the US southern border in Arizona, Donald Trump told reporters Kamala Harris, if elected as president, would take down the wall he'd partially built to keep migrants out. The former president and his running mate, J.D. Vance, have repeatedly tried to paint the vice president and Democratic presidential nominee as a failed border czar. On Thursday, Trump was joined by the families of people killed by undocumented migrants who are pushing for more stringent border controls. But Harris has consistently defended her record, saying as a prosecutor, she went after transnational gangs, drug cartels and human traffickers that entered the country illegally. It's a hugely divisive issue here in the US and one that could help determine the outcome of November's election.
That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Get our final hour underway. On a Friday. Hope your week's going well and set to roll into the weekend. Start things off this hour. Yeah, several have brought up Kamala's proposals, tax increases. From Market Watch, the headline this past day says, Harris backs Biden's tax proposals, including a tax on unrealized capital gains. Americans for Tax Reform, headline this past day, $5 trillion list of tax hikes that Kamala just endorsed. Her campaign confirmed that. Couple of others. Let's see. From Yahoo Finance, 4 changes wealthy retirees can expect if Kamala Harris wins in the 2024 election. Just some of the headlines. What is unrealized? Let me try to explain a little. Vic wants to chime in on this. So, Vic, I got you coming up here. He's very knowledgeable about these sort of things. But from, again, Americans for Tax Reform, Kamala Harris wants to extract a $5 trillion, with a T, trillion dollar tax increase from American households and businesses. The campaign confirmed that on Monday. The Harris campaign officially endorsed the laundry list of new and higher taxes included in the Biden-Harris administration's fiscal year 2025 budget. A plan that would increase taxes by $5 trillion over 10 years. The burden of a Harris tax increases will hit households in the form of diminished wage growth and higher costs of goods and services. These Harris tax increases will make the U.S. less competitive versus our adversaries. She also endorsed further increasing the size and power of the already supersized IRS and erode taxpayers' rights by watering down procedures designed to protect taxpayers from abusive and dishonest IRS agents. Small business tax rate hike to 39.6%. This is some of her plan. Small business owners pay business taxes on their individual tax return. The Harris-endorsed budget raises the top marginal income tax from the current 37% to 39.6%. She wants to hike the current 21% federal corporate income tax rate to 28%, which is higher than the communist China's 25% and the European Union average of 21%, according to her campaign. The Kamala Harris federal 28% rate is higher than the Asian average corporate tax of 19.8%, the EU average of 21%, the world average of 23.5%. That 28% rate is also higher than Canada, which is at 26.2%, the UK at 25%, Sweden at 20.6%, and even Russia at 20%. After adding state corporate income taxes, the combined federal-state tax burden in most states will easily exceed 30% under the Harris plan. The Harris rate hurts the USA versus China with its 25% rate. And note, industry sectors of strategic use to the Chinese government pay an even lower rate of 15%. American workers will bear the brunt of this corporate tax increase. The nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation affirmed in congressional testimony that corporate tax rate hikes hit labor and laborers. Study compiled by the Tax Foundation found that labor bears between 50 and 100% of the burden of the corporate income tax, with 70% or higher the most likely outcome. Here is a direct quote from the Biden-Harris budget. Together, the proposals would increase the top marginal rate on long-term capital gains and qualified dividends to 44.6%. You heard that correctly. 44.6%. China's capital gains tax is 20%. Is it wise to have higher taxes than China? Under this plan, the combined federal-state capital gains tax exceeds 50% in many states. California will face a combined federal-state rate of 59%. New Jersey, 55.3%. Oregon, 54.5%. New York State, 53.4%. The budget, the Harris-endorsed budget, calls for an annual 25% minimum tax on the unrealized gains of individuals with income and assets exceeding $100 million. That's where people say it's just taxing the rich. Now, once that's in place, it won't be long before the threshold would be lowered to hit more and more Americans. Americans overwhelmingly oppose taxes on unrealized gains by a factor of 3 to 1, including 76% of independents. Americans, with common sense, know that a gain isn't real until it's actually realized in hand. Now, this is similar to the wealth taxes pushed by radical progressives like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. Capital gains taxes should only be paid when a gain is realized. This wealth tax would break with current tax policy and impose tax Americans based on the value of an asset on a particular arbitrary date. This unprecedented tax would give even more power to the IRS, encourage taxpayers to move assets overseas, and will only expand to hit millions of Americans over time. Then you've got a second death tax by taking away stepped-up basis when your parents die. Harris wants to impose a second death tax. This would result in a mandatory capital gains tax at death, separate from and in addition to the current death tax. This would mean a steep tax increase and a paperwork nightmare for small businesses, farms, families. The Biden-Harris administration has been pursuing this for quite a while. In a piece entitled "The Biden Tax Hike Will Hit Mom and Pop Hard." Lawyer Robert Wood says under current tax law, assets that pass directly to your heirs get a setup in basis for income tax purposes. It doesn't matter if you pay estate tax when you die or not. For generations, assets held at death get a stepped-up basis to market value when you die. Small businesses count on this. This proposal would tax an asset's unrealized appreciation at transfer. You mean Junior gets taxed whether or not he sells the business? Well, yes. The idea that you could build up your small business and escape death tax and income tax to pass it to your kids, that is on the chopping block. As reported by CNBC, when someone dies and the asset transfers to an heir, that transfer itself will be a taxable event, and the estate is required to pay taxes on the gains as if they sold the asset. All right. July 3rd of 1979. The New York Times, no less, had an article that it was impossibly unworkable. All right, Vic, thanks for hanging in there. What do you think?
Well, I can give you a personal story for commodity brokers because George H.W. Bush did that to us way back when. Actually, it was when Reagan was in office and George H.W. was the vice president. And there used to be a thing you would do in the commodity brokerage business. You could always look forward to a good December because people with high taxes would usually put on what was called a spread, buy 1 month, sell another month. And as it came up to the end of the year, whichever one was in a losing position, they would close out that trade, and then they would have a loss for their income for that particular year. And then in the first few days of the new year, they would take the profit on the other side. But they would have, if they were on a calendar year, they'd have 12 months then to play with that profit. Well, during the Reagan years, they came along and said, well, whether you take your money or not on the trade, we're going to tax you as if you did. And that's still in effect today. So I can tell you it will have a very chilling effect on any capital accumulation. And I was just thinking when you were talking there, your sponsor, he worked hard, came up with some good formulas for his various products. So he went from an idea to something that was worth a fair amount of money. And the only way that he could actually realize that on, and then he builds up the volume, then he eventually gets to the point to where, okay, I want to move on or do whatever. Well, under the I guess you would call it the Harris-Walz plan, that he would have to pay every time that increased in values, they increased his distribution or whatever. Mm-hmm. He would have had to pay the tax on that. So whether he would have ever gotten to the point to where he could have maybe plowed more money back into research or whatever, he might not have been able to do that, and might not have been able to increase his overall product line and eventually his wealth. You take a guy who starts out with a truck, one maybe not too good a truck, and he gets a few contracts, and then he gets another truck or two, and it just goes on and on and on. And the short story is, you're going to destroy capital accumulation, and in a capitalist society, you have to have capital accumulation and formation. So exactly why Harris-Walz wants to destroy capital accumulation, I don't know. I know that they want to do that in communist countries, but we're supposed to be a capitalist country. So that's and you mentioned all the different financial institutions that said that this just isn't wrong. This just isn't right, because it's all the destruction of capital accumulation, and by extension, eventually the destruction of America. So I don't think people really fully understand that. I can think of so many different examples, like somebody's farming, or, we used to have a deal in farming to where you could have a tree farm and you didn't have to pay any taxes on it until you sold the mature trees. Well, if you're going to be taxed every year on, saying, hey, those trees grow and now they're worth more money or whatever. I won't bore you with all the different examples, but if you think in that term, the Harris-Walz campaign should be dead on arrival, just on that one factor alone. And they keep, just real quick, like if you studied all the classics and everything, and Plato's Republic is one of them, and he says democracies always descend into tyranny. And that's why they created America as a republic rather than a democracy. So by and large, if you want to, people are out here every day trying to, maybe a new computer program or an app or whatever, trying to, grab the brass ring. And, whether they make it or not, it's all that feeds into a vibrant economy. So why they would want to shut that down, I don't know. And who came up with the brilliant idea of taxing money that people haven't even earned? That is just on the constitutional side of it. I believe if you read the Constitution, that's not even legal. But this crowd doesn't seem to care much about the Constitution anyway.
There's plenty out there that still say taxation that as it stands today is not constitutional. But all right, Vic, I knew he'd have some insight there. Back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, but wait, there's a whole lot more. All that we had already covered there with this plan. And as Vic mentioned, most of the American people are not aware of this. I do. Undoubtedly, mainstream media is not going to be out there giving them the facts on this. And they just don't know. And undoubtedly, as it stands, how many have what they call buyer's remorse? when every time they go to the grocery today. And this would just exponentially increase all these disparities we've seen over the past 3.5 years. How about those millions that have a 401k? Harris has proposed a quadrupled tax on stock buybacks. What does that mean? That would hit every American with a 401k or an IRA or a union pension. Democrats imposed a 1% stock buyback in the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act. Now, the Harris-endorsed budget calls for quadrupling the tax, the burden of which hits every American with a 401k, IRA, or union pension. A record share of 401k account holders took early withdrawals from their accounts last year for financial emergencies, preventing foreclosures, eviction, paying medical, tuition bills. Raising taxes and restricting buybacks would further harm the 58% of Americans who own stock and more than 60 million workers that are invested in a 401k. An additional 16.14 million are invested in 529 education savings accounts. Quadrupling the buyback tax would stifle U.S. employers and put Americans at a competitive disadvantage versus China, which does not have a buyback tax. And it goes on and on. A 30% federal excise tax on electricity used in cryptocurrency mining. The Treasury Department's claim that mining has negative environmental effects and can have environmental justice implications as well as increase energy prices. Digital assets, $37 billion tax on American energy. A host of new taxes on oil and gas companies totaling $37 billion. This includes the repealing of expensing for intangible drilling costs, IDC. These tax hikes would be passed on to the consumer in the form of higher gas prices and energy bills. The tax hike on American energy comes on the heels of Democrats passing roughly $20 billion worth of new energy taxes in the Inflation Reduction Act as well. A 32% increase in Medicare taxes. Harris endorsed raising Medicare taxes from the current rate of 3.8% to 5% for individuals making over $400,000 per year. That's roughly a 32% tax hike. The plan reportedly broadens the net investment income tax to apply to non-passive business income, and she would also increase the hospital insurance payroll tax from 0.9% to 2.1% for those earning over $400,000. It goes on into carried interest tax on capital gains, a $24 billion retirement tax, calling for capping the retirement plan benefits for certain individuals. And they're claiming this would raise $24 billion in taxes from individuals with retirement account balances above $10 million or earnings above $400,000. So there's a lot, as they say, that's called tax the rich, and there's a lot in there that's going to be passed on to the everyday consumer, including your 401k, your individual retirement account, increased energy prices, your electric bill. Get a news break and get back at 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Kamala Harris has formally accepted the Democratic presidential nomination on the final day of the party's convention in Chicago. The U.S. Vice President promised to be a president for all Americans if she wins in November and took aim at her rival Donald Trump.
Consider his explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
Donald Trump reacted to the speech on social media, questioning why the Democrats haven't already achieved their policy proposals. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Ukraine a month after he visited Russia for talks with President Putin. The trip to Kiev is the first by an Indian leader in 3 decades and comes as the war in Ukraine continues. Neha Punia reports from New Delhi.
Modi says while there he will share his perspective on finding a peaceful resolution to the war in Ukraine. Calling New Delhi Kyiv's partner and friend, Modi said that India wants peace and stability to return to the region. Now, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, had in July called Modi's trip to Moscow a huge disappointment and a devastating blow to peace efforts. Experts say Narendra Modi is likely to project himself and his country as a peacemaker and offer humanitarian assistance rather than make public condemnations like US President Joe Biden and other Western leaders have done on their visits to Ukraine. Kyiv seems to have acknowledged that the Indian leader will not make the same kind of remarks.
North Korea says the US planned sale of military helicopters to South Korea is a provocative act. It comes as Washington and Seoul hold annual military drills to improve combat readiness. William Denslow reports from Hong Kong.
Earlier this week, the US State Department approved the potential sale of Apache helicopters to South Korea in a deal worth around $3.5 billion. Citing officials, North Korean state media say this is a reckless, provocative act and one that increases the dangers of a new conflict. It adds that North Korea will have to boost its self-defense capabilities. This all comes as South Korea and the United States are conducting military drills over 11 days, and South Korea's president says that it's only military readiness that can prevent Pyongyang from making miscalculations.
Thailand's confirmed its first case of the new, potentially deadlier form of Mpox. Authorities say the infected man arrived in Bangkok from Africa earlier this month. Close contacts of his since he arrived are being monitored. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply to...
a couple days since we've heard from Brain Dead. Morning, Brain Dead. I guess, are you back on weekends in the middle of the week, or what's going on?
No, actually Tuesday night I was going in, wasn't feeling good, and I was arguing with the dingy one about going in because I had a run, I can't remember where, and she could see that I wasn't feeling good, and we kept arguing back and forth, and she said, "Look, I'm driving this truck. I'm taking you to the ER." So I got put under doctor's orders, take a couple of days off, and then yesterday morning it was a battery of tests, and I'm waiting on the doctor. So, but real quick, Steve, I'm not political, okay, in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But I had somebody I know, we got to talking, and they said that they're going to vote for Kamala because she's a woman. I said, well, they just checked off one box. How many more do you want to check off? I said, because I can give you 1,000,001 reasons why she's going to screw this country over. But I'll tell you the biggest one of all. So you remember when the Trump tax cuts went into effect?
Mm-hmm.
She's like, yeah. I said, excuse me. And she's like, yeah. I said, okay, well, did you not get a pay raise? She said, yeah. I got $3 worth. I said, you know how you got that $3 pay raise? She said, how? I said, he cut the corporate tax. All these taxes get passed down the line, whether it's your paycheck, somebody else's paycheck, or even at the grocery store. I mean, you're looking at possible negative job growth. We're looking at more job layoffs and businesses closing because they can't pay the taxes. They can't pay the bills. I mean, why would you vote for this woman? Because she's just a woman. And that's the only box that the Democrats have checked off is the woman vote. Because a lot of people are going to vote for her because she's a woman.
That is 100% correct.
So she changed her mind. But anyway, I don't know if you've been paying any attention to the NASCAR world, but Richard Childress had his appeal declined.
Yeah, I touched on that in hour number 1, and I actually brought you up because you were talking about how the rules say if you win, you're in, and I said, I guess NASCAR's kind of making up the rules as they go because they didn't overturn the win. He keeps the win, but he's not in.
It's honestly, to me, it's honestly stupid because you enforce the rules for this person, but not these people. And if you're going to make the rules fair. I mean, if you watch baseball, football, basketball, whatever, you know that the rules are the same regardless of the team, regardless of the refs, period. But NASCAR, like I've said several times in the past, that they make the rules up as they go.
Yeah.
And I honestly think that some of the bigger teams have more of a just a slap on the wrist and don't worry about it versus the lower level teams right now. I mean, yeah, Richard Childress is struggling. They obviously hit on something, when they were off on that 2 weeks. So they're going to do a final appeal, and we'll see how that comes out. But I guess you heard about the big penalty that came up today, didn't you?
Not sure about that.
Denny Hamlin's team got docked 75 points, and the crew chief and the team itself got a $100,000 fine.
Really? Well, now what was that over? I didn't even know there was anything in the mix.
All right. After each race, NASCAR confiscates a couple of cars. I know the winner, and they randomly choose whoever else. It could be 3 cars. But they also confiscate some of the engines to go back to the center there to be torn down and inspected. And what happened was they seal the crate. It is sealed. And apparently somebody at NASCAR unsealed it and sent it back to TRD. TRD started tearing it down, and they said, wait a minute, this didn't come in sealed back from NASCAR, so we need to let NASCAR know. And they told NASCAR that, hey, this engine came back not in a sealed box, because they're supposed to seal it when they ship it back.
Okay.
So that's how all that was. And you know, you give Toyota props or credit for actually being honest about what they did, but you know, they could let the penalty, they could let things slide and never would have known anything about it. But well, what's your plans for the weekend, buddy, besides your green Hey-Do shoes in the pool?
I don't think there's a whole lot on the slate, quite honestly. We do have some sort of a wedding shower that we're supposed to go to. So, have you ever heard of a wedding shower where the women and the men are invited?
Mm-hmm.
Have you? Okay. I thought it was always the women that got. I thought we just had to buy the gift, and then the women all got together for the wedding shower. But no, this is for the moms and the dads and all the men and the women all together.
Well, a baby shower, yes. My ex-sister-in-law or stepsister-in-law did that. Everybody was together.
Yeah.
So, but you know, Steve, you'll probably go with the guys on one side of the room, drink Skull Busters.
Well, yeah, undoubtedly.
Have a bunch of stories.
Absolutely.
You know, maybe we could call Pup and have that 96 pack of Skull Busters sitting down on his dime. He's got all that big money. You know.
Yeah.
I'll be working all weekend trying to make up those 2 days off. But I'm fixing to get off in the woods over here, Steve. We'll holler at you.
All right. I hope your results come back positive. Hope you feel better. All right. 19 before the hour. Yes, it was Arizona. A little more detail had come in. A manhunt was underway in Arizona Thursday for a convicted sex offender that authorities say threatened to shoot former President Trump during his visit to the border yesterday. According to the Cochise County Sheriff's Office, the suspect was taken into custody without incident or disruption to Trump's appearance. No further details at the time of publication. But they said police had been looking for the 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servood of Benson, Arizona, in connection with an alleged assassination plot. Police say he has several outstanding warrants on unrelated charges, including for DUI, failure to appear in Wisconsin. He's also wanted in Arizona for failing to register as a sex offender and for a felony hit and run. Trump was there visiting Sierra Vista, an area that his running mate J.D. Vance toured here a few weeks ago, at which point he dubbed the region a smuggler's paradise due to the mountainous terrain, ample cover for the cartels trafficking drugs and humans. But yeah, this all just over a month after he was shot at the Butler, Pennsylvania rally. Trump posted via Truth Social saying, "I am going to inspect the southern border and meet with victims whose loved ones were attacked and murdered by illegal aliens set free into America by Kamala Harris, the radical left Democrat presidential candidate. If reelected, I vow to secure the southern border, reinstating several of my immigration policies and deporting millions of illegals." All right. So you remember what you wanted to talk about. What was it?
Yeah, you just highlighted where I was going to go with that. So one of the mothers that spoke with President Trump down there at the border was the mother of a woman that was killed on a hiking trail that was probably about 5 miles from where the daughter's house is and about 15 miles from where we live. So anyways, of course, that was a illegal, rap sheet as long as your arm type thing there that, had absolutely no business not only being in the country, being loose in the country. So, so anyways, that was that. And the other day there, I posted a picture of a motorcade, and a friend of mine that does a lot of the fire photography is the one that did it and put it up. And so I'd resent it to, a couple places, but that was actually President Trump's motorcade when he was in York, Pennsylvania. And of course, I didn't realize he was in York, Pennsylvania until he'd already left York, Pennsylvania. So I don't know. I guess I'm not on the, even though Elon Musk has sent me a friend request, I'm not high enough on the list to know when President Trump is going to be within 30 miles of my house. But anyways, that's kind of where that goes. And it probably all happened when I was sleeping in the daytime, kind of like you, things happen around your place there, and you kind of miss them there in the daytime yourself.
We sleep it all away.
But anyways, that's what I thought I'd chime back at you with there. So anyways, I guess that's maybe a little casualness, but it's a little serious casualness, because as I say, the one deal there was that hiker that got killed on the trail by one of the illegal aliens that, as I say, not only shouldn't be in the country, shouldn't be loose in the country if he is here. So anyways, we'll let you all go with that. You have yourself a fine weekend. Everybody have a good, safe weekend, and we'll see you all on the radio Monday.
All right. We'll look forward to it. See you on the radio. Let me see. Who's this? Is it Skinny?
Hey, Steve.
Hey there.
Steve.
Yes.
Hey, good morning. On the NASCAR thing, I used to work with a race series based out of Charlotte. The biggest thing with NASCAR, most people don't know, is it's who you are, or who you know, and not who you are. That's how we had some drivers here out of Georgia that raced under me when they were younger, and that's how they got to where they are today. Especially one that was just been in all the trouble here recently.
Yeah.
He started out under me. And whether it was Logano, Reagan, Sorensen, they all raced under me back when they were younger. And that's how we figured out, and were eventually told by some of the higher ups out of Charlotte, is who you know is not who you are. That's how they get their rides in those cars.
So are they?
And as far as like the engines and stuff, the R&D, we were confiscating parts and sending stuff back up to Charlotte, and they would level fines on some that, they would get a small fine, which was a major infraction, but they would turn around and send it back to them basically with a slap on the wrist, because it was promoting the series by having them win. So, I mean, it was kind of a dirty deal, but, we enjoyed doing what we did, and I finally just had enough of it.
So should the still existing NASCAR fans be, I don't know, a little bit skeptical about what goes on behind the scenes? Or a little you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. That's bad. That's why I got to where I just don't even watch NASCAR anymore. Because you see it, if you've been there and, in the tech side of it, you see what's going on, and it's just kind of, it's like wrestling, it just kind of turns your head once you find out that it wasn't really real, and those boys are doing what they're doing, but, like, go back as far back as when Childress and Earnhardt tagged up, Dale got away with a lot of stuff that these boys now, just like Childress's grandson now. Same thing, and Earnhardt did that so many times.
Right.
And they didn't do a thing to him because of who he was. And then that boy, Logano, has done that to people so many times, and then that boy did it to Logano to get the win. And Hamlin come up on him, and took his own self out is really what happened. And that shouldn't have been any situation right there. Bumping is racing, rubbing is racing.
Yeah.
But it's kind of hard to watch, to see how things go and know behind the scenes what's going on.
Well, and I just found it really surprising that they allowed him to keep the win, but took away the playoff. That's just because it's
right.
Win and you're in. That's they're going to have to rewrite the rule, aren't they?
They should, but they probably won't. Knowing how they do things, So you see it just like the other guy just said. It's like they're making up the rules as they go along. There's some in the R&D center that are way past crew chiefs that got caught dirty-handed too, but now they're making the rules.
Yeah.
And it's just so many little things that you see. It just doesn't jive. I mean, we went strictly watching dirt racing. It's more exciting. NASCAR is basically just a follow the leader type deal now.
Yeah. So what'd you think of the Scott Bloomquist thing? I mean, is there any truth to some of the people trying to say that it might have been intentional? I can't find anything confirming that, but what do you think?
No, it was an antique plane, and we've seen locally, we're up around it. I live in Middle Georgia, but up around Augusta, it's happened up there, similar type accidents where the plane got up off the ground but couldn't climb.
Yeah.
And not knowing, I've seen the picture of the plane in the barn, and what come to me was the old movie Secondhand Lions. But, it could have been any number of things, and there's videos of him with the dog in the plane with him between his legs. I mean, the dog could have done something and distracted him at the last second and caused the accident. I wouldn't think the man would have hurt himself.
Yeah, because, I mean, the report I read said he was planning on going back to Eldora here in a few weeks to, what is it, the World 100 or the Dream, whatever they got coming up.
Right.
Yeah.
He was awesome. He come here to our local track several times and raced, and he would run in the top 5. The last time we seen the man come down here was for a crate race, and he had never run a crate motor. Came down, and that was the first time he actually impressed me on how he handled the car and things he was doing under caution to as an advantage. He would get down low in the damp dirt to cool the tires down.
Mm-hmm.
And then pull back up in the groove, to get ready to take the green again. I mean, there's little things other drivers just weren't doing or never even thought of. Scott was doing it.
Wow.
And I mean, he was a really well-respected driver. I mean, we enjoyed watching the man come and race. But he had a lot of stuff, with his building his own cars and everything. And back when he first started, Penske was building his shocks, and we had heard that Penske was building his engines because he ran a Ford motor. It's just hard to believe that happened, but I mean, it could happen to anybody.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I got you down a first time caller. What is that? Is it Skinny or Jimmy or what is the name?
Kenny.
Kenny. Okay, so it said Skinny, and I thought that didn't sound right. Kenny, I got you down as the first-time caller. We're going to get you a $60 code for Hot Shot Secret products. How's that sound?
It sounds great because I use their products.
Very good. All
I
right.
use the FR3 and the Evil Everyday Diesel in my truck.
Excellent.
Yeah, I've been listening for years, and this was the first chance that I had to actually call you. And I said the NASCAR thing, that was, it's it's who you know and not who you are. And I'll give you one prime example on that. When David Reagan went to NASCAR, he went right in the number 6 car for Jack Roush. That was who you are, who you know, and not who you are.
Wow.
His dad was a former NASCAR driver, and I know his dad and his uncles and his cousins. His cousin now last I heard, Brett was an engineer for Roush. But, it's just that you've seen when he first started out, he couldn't even hardly keep the car on the track. And then he should have been in the Busch Series or ARCA to start with, but he went straight to Cup. But that's a prime example of what I was talking about.
Very good. Hey, well, when we talk racing now and again, if you get a chance, chime in.
Anytime. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the call and have a great weekend. Be safe out there. Kenny. And, so... And I mentioned the other morning, Scott Bloomquist, in that interview with Dale Jr., whenever that was filmed. I don't know if that was recent or a year or two old. All I know is Dale was kind of talking about the fact he'd never met Bloomquist before. But when he got into talking about his flying the planes and everything, he said he would fly low. He said he didn't do much of anything more than 500 feet up. And I found that fascinating. I'd fly out over the lake and see if the fish are jumping. And then I'd go back and get in the boat because I knew they were biting. Real quick, as we're about out of time this Friday morning, let me share. We've had several DEI initiatives. You go woke, you go broke, big companies. And we can now add the maker of Jack Daniel's whiskey to the list, pulling back on their DEI initiatives, trying to dodge a boycott threat led by a conservative activist, according to the New York Post. Jack Daniel's parent company, the spirits maker Brown-Forman Corporation, the latest company to scrap their diversity, equity, and inclusion program, right on the heels of Harley-Davidson, Tractor Supply, John Deere. The same guy, Robbie Starbuck, who said after Harley-Davidson just a few days ago that we've got other companies on the list here, and I guess Jack Daniels was the next. We are now forcing multi-billion-dollar organizations to change their policies without even posting, just from fear that they're the next company that we're going to expose, he said. That's Robbie Starbuck. Either way, Brown-Forman, the parent company, launched their DEI program in 2019. They said, they announced they will now stop linking bonuses and pay to DEI progress. They will no longer participate in an annual ranking of companies for their LGBTQ-friendly environment, according to a copy of the internal memo that Starbucks posted on X. They're also trashing plans to work with more diverse suppliers. Brown-Forman's 2023 annual report said they would tie executives' short-term compensation to their progress on DEI. They told their employees in a Wednesday memo, times have simply changed. Since launching these goals in 2019, the world has evolved. Our business has changed. The legal and external landscape has shifted dramatically, particularly within the United States. We'll leave it there as we close out another week and another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drives. All right, have a safe, prosperous weekend. And come back. We'll be here at the midnight hour, Sunday night into a Monday morning to do it all again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I